you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Skies are blue, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I?
All right, so observing that we have a quorum, I'd like to convene today's HLC meeting, Historic Landmarks Commission meeting. What is today, November 4th? And starting the meeting, we'll open public comment for any items that are not on the agenda. Seeing no public speaker slips, I will close public comment. Next, let's look at the minutes from last week. Has everybody had a chance to review them?
Move to accept the minutes.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I have I'll second, but I have a comment.
Okay, second by the other bill by Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Page 11. Item number 4 in the motion, the gate to the trash enclosure should be rolling and not hinged. I don't think that was the sense of the commission. I think it was designed as a rolling gate, but it had hinges on it that made it look like it was a swinging gate. So I think we should say should be detailed. You know, the gate to the trash enclosure, which is a rolling gate, should be detailed appropriately, or whatever that means.
Okay. I'd comment on that. Was actually one of the comments that I had made, and my intent of that was they weren't really showing what it was either way, and the point was if they were going to do a hinged with a gate that large, it would probably affect the structure of the abutment, and so the what I was trying to convey to them was to study that so that it didn't affect their design, or if it does, then going forward.
So it should be rolling and not hinged. So that's.
But I don't think that was possible. I don't remember from the plan view if that was a possibility.
Okay, so it should be, say, the gate to the trash enclosure needs further study.
From a structural perspective, or...
I mean, I wasn't here, so...
The gate to the trash enclosure should be detailed appropriately for a rolling gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's going to have to be a rolling gate.
Yeah, I think.
But it could be hinged with rollers.
Yeah.
At the opening.
That's true.
My recollection was that they had some hinges, some
right
strap hinges showing on it, which were phony.
Oh, I know. There was a curb in front that wasn't going to allow, if there were roller supports, it wouldn't have allowed that travel.
All right, so we need a little summary here. So the gate
to the trash enclosure needs restudy.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think I agree with that. I just received a request for public comment on the minutes. Mr. DeForest, just before I start.
Thank you.
Same topic? Okay, please.
Same page. Omitted is the notion that the gates to the butterfly enclosure could be mostly stucco, and that isn't in the minutes. And I think from meeting with, that doesn't have the minutes, but meeting with Luke last night at the Mission Canyon Association, he seems to be leaning towards stucco, mostly stucco gates. So I think stucco ought to be that was mentioned, but it's not in the minutes.
Okay, well, let me come back to the commission now. Thank you. Do any commissioners recall discussion of stucco?
No, the gates should not be stucco.
No.
Shouldn't ever be
All
stucco.
right, so it wasn't part of the
No.
motion. Okay.
There was I mean, it was a plaster enclosure.
Yeah.
But the gates were wood.
Okay.
No, I mean, that's what I meant, the enclosure for the gates to the butterfly.
Rather than the sandstone?
Oh, you're talking about the gates to the butterfly.
Yeah, that's a different item. That's
had
item number
discussed it.
2.
We had discussed it, but it was dropped, as I remember, and left stone.
Yeah, I recall you all suggesting they do it more of the keystone pattern.
Yeah.
Anyway, this whole thing was continued indefinitely with comments, so they'll have a chance to restudy that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Any further comments on the minutes? No? Okay. Call the question. All those in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
Passing. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I was absent, so I abstain. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Next on our agenda, I guess, would be announcements. Oh, I'm sorry, consent calendar. Let's do that.
40 East Anapamus Street, item A. Review after final approved with conditions. Item B, 617 De La Vina Street, final approval as submitted. Item C, 1216 State Street, project design and final approval as submitted. Item D, 15 East Cabrillo Boulevard, review after final approved as submitted. Item E, 901 Channel Drive, project design and final approval with conditions. And item F, 701 to 711 Chapala Street, project design and final approval as submitted. All items except item C were reviewed by Commissioners Mahan and Vena. Item C was reviewed by Commissioner Lavoie.
All right. Any motion, please?
Move to ratify the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lavoie. Any seconds?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Vena. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstained? Nope. Thank you both for, actually 3 of you, for doing the review today. All righty. Now we can move on to announcements. So, Ms. Kaufman.
Commissioners Murray, Urias, Suding, and Drury will be absent. Item 5203 Chapala is postponed at the applicant's request, and now the urban historian has an announcement with the Masonic Temple.
Great. Ms. Hernandez, come on up. There you go.
On the side.
Oh, well, there you go. Welcome.
I wanted to let you know they've gone to this loggia section.
You forgot to say who.
Oh, the Masonic Temple. I was here before you talking about the restoration of the entrance, and the same craftsman who did the entrance restoration has moved to the loggia, and he was doing the same cast stone restoration, and found on the ceiling, which is solid plaster relief, he found
Very
some
nice.
paint failure. So he ended up doing. So this is examples of the paint failure he found. They are
They are.
on.
You need to get closer.
Make them closer.
Yeah, just
Hold
pull
them
one
to do that.
closer. There you go.
So they did ask him to. What he did a sample of what he started to find underneath, and he found the gold leaf underneath lots of sections because it had been all encapsulated in sort of a white and blue pattern for a long time. And here you'll see the gold he found. And he literally could take a piece of tape and pull it up, and you see the gold leaf underneath this white paint. So he found that these are more the original paint scheme underneath. So this was the original plaster color down to its bare. And then he found like this richer blue and the red underneath. So this would be more of the original paint scheme where this is what it is now.
Wow.
And they are considering, they want to go back to the original that he found underneath. And he has like sort of a craftsman playing with trying to find the perfect color from what was underneath. He worked for Evergreen Painting Studios for many years. And there's another example. So I climbed up the 3 layers of scaffolding. I was right underneath that ceiling yesterday, which was really great. That's what my favorite parts of this job are. Getting really close to this stuff. It's really amazing.
Very nice.
So this is what the gold leaf looked like before he kind of toned it down. He did like a glaze over it, this is what he's recommending, this feature here. So if you see that whole loggia covered in scaffolding, that's what they're doing. And this is just another example of the gold leaf underneath. And this is what it will look like with the blue and the gold restored.
Very nice. Great.
So that's what's happening on our landmark.
Cool.
Well, if you would let them
You
know
wanna
that
see
we are
them?
very pleased with their efforts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am excited. It's really great. He sends me updates every day. They're being
cool.
very diligent.
Well, that's great because as I remember, there was originally concern about landmarking the
They
project.
were.
So now we see the benefits. So this is great.
Right, and now
Yeah.
they gave me a tour of the whole lodge. And
Oh, really?
Oh, nice.
yeah, I know. I didn't get any secrets yet.
All right. Well, thank you for that report.
It was very beautiful. It's a beautiful place.
Didn't get any secrets.
No.
Don't plan on it.
I know. They were really lovely to work with. Thank you.
You may be the first woman they allowed.
All right. Well, great. So any subcommittee reports from any of our commissioners?
Just chime real quickly, the wayfinding signage. They have made the edits per the ABR and HLC reviews, and also the public comment. And there's nothing that's really changed other than I did work with them on the OG bill that you had commented with regard to those proportions, and I think what they've done is in keeping with the
Good.
the design that was desired.
Good.
It all looks. I think they're ready for final.
Great.
Yeah, it looks great.
That's encouraging. Well,
Can we
good.
go back to announcements for a minute?
We are in announcements, aren't we?
Well, I thought we were.
Oh,
in
you're
something.
right. But we can go back to announcements.
I just
Thank
wanted
you,
to
Commissioner
announce.
Schallenberg.
I just wanted to call the Commission's attention to a new book that has just come out about James Osborne Craig and Mary Craig. It is a wonderful book, beautifully illustrated with lots of pictures of his original drawings and hers, and the history and the research into it was done by Robert Sweeney, who also did a very good book on Casa de Herrera. It ought to be reading for everybody on this commission. It's just full of history. Gorgeous. Really interesting.
Wow, great.
Really interesting.
So-
I think it's the best coffee table book I've ever seen on Santa Barbara architecture.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, and it was by Sweeney, and it's Craig.
It's Pamela Skews Cox, which is the granddaughter of James Osborne Craig and Robert Sweeney.
Okay.
It's a Rizzoli book, and it has Rizzoli's quality all over it. The photography is
It's just
stunning.
great.
wonderful.
Okay. Well,
It should
thanks.
be added to our list on the web page.
You
Okay,
need,
I have a copy upstairs. I can bring it down in a few minutes. I'll bring it down.
You need to read it from
Yeah,
cover to cover.
I will.
It's
I will.
it's just
Okay.
Yes. So we got a copy for the planning department.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes, because it's really great. So I'll go get it and bring it down after the next few items.
Oh,
when I-
that would be great. So any more announcements or subcommittee reports? We'll group them together right now. Okay, then we're going to move on. Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Mahan. Sounds like it was exciting for good knowledge. Miscellaneous action item, final review of draft historic resource design guidelines. So Ms. Hernandez, this is you. Request a recommendation to City Council to adopt the design guidelines. Okay, so we're on the screen, so you don't need that. Great. And thanks for all your hard work on this, because finally.
We go. I was just going to pull them up if you needed to see them. So I went through all the comments that were brought up at the first time the commission read them and addressed all the items, and you got a copy of all the changes we made. And Commissioner Drury and I went through a lot of errata that we found and corrected all of those. On this November 2015 draft is the latest draft that's on our website, the HLC Agendas website. So I'm here to, if you have any more concerns, we can go to pages or if there's any other things you'd like to address or review, I'm happy to do that.
All right, well, first I'll open, even though it's not an agenda, this still would get public comment, would it not? Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'll open public comment. Okay, seeing no speaker slips, I'll close public comment and bring it to the commission for questions or comment.
Comment, Mr. Chair?
By all means, Mr. Miller.
This
And Lavoie.
represents an incredible effort on staff's part and dedication by the staff and leadership of the planning department. They are to be commended for an excellent document.
Thank you.
Nice.
I agree.
Well, that sounds like a
Beautiful.
motion.
It is a motion. If you would form that into a motion to refer this to the City Council with our highest commendation.
Second.
Second. Okay, so motion by Lavoie, second by Mahan, and I just want to weigh in and agree. It's quite a document. Thanks for your effort, as well as also thank you to the subcommittee from the Commission, Fermina, Schallenberg, and Lavoie for assisting as well.
A lot of proofreading and helpful.
Yeah, well, great. Thank you all.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have it in use.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Abstained? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Well done. Next item, some cities' potential historic structures, site list, 29 to 37 East Victoria Street. Once again, back to you, Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, we did reprocess this item after I consulted with our city attorney. He said reprocess the item as per our administrative guidelines. So we went to the designation subcommittee on October 21st, and the designation subcommittee reviewed the project and would like to recommend it to be added to the potentials list. It is a 1922 Spanish colonial revival commercial building, and it was designed by the Sewell, Murphy, and Hastings. And we could put an overhead picture of it on it. You have a copy in your
Yeah,
packet.
I think it's right here.
Yeah.
So if we go to the overhead?
Yeah. So staff and the designation subcommittee do recommend that it be added to the potentials list based on that it's eligible as a structure of merit under criterion D for its exemplification of architectural style, and under F as an identification and creation of a significant architect. And that is all I have.
Okay, that's your presentation. Thank you. And I see Mr. Limon has some comments, so please, Mr. Limon.
Yes, I think for the benefit of this commission, I'd like to clarify the points that have been raised by the appellant on this project. I just read the summary of grounds for appeal, and what I wanted to point out is the city is following a process that was created as partly because we created a demolition review ordinance, and a demolition review ordinance requires us to assess the historical significance of every structure that comes in for review in the downtown demolition review area. And it's been our policy that we are reviewing properties one by one individually when that happens. And on occasion, we do have the historian coming forward and making a recommendation on properties to add to the potential list, and or a property owner, in this case, a property owner who wants to take advantage of the use of the State Historic Building Code. Our policy is that it has to be listed before we allow use of the Historic Building Code. So what was pointed out to us on this particular building, it was eligible, and therefore we placed it on as an individual property. Now, the technicality that Ms. Rayling, I believe is her name, is indicating is there's nothing in our ordinance that says individual properties are to be processed in this manner. However, our ordinance refers to administrative regulations that were adopted as part of that demolition review ordinance that specify that a typical method for adding these properties to the potential list were group surveys, intensive level surveys, where this commission would have a recommendation from the designation subcommittee to the full commission that these properties were eligible for inclusion. What we didn't spell out entirely was there was a process where individual properties could come forward. Now, in the interest of not having place a undue burden on the designation committee to meet every time a single property is suggested to be added, we felt it was prudent to not have that designations check-in on these individual properties, that this commission could handle one property, look at the evaluation that our city historian has made on the property, and act on that single recommendation. So I want to point out to you that we intend to change our administrative regulations to expand and clarify that, in fact, single individual properties can be handled in this manner. So hopefully this commission will act on this today and confirm that that is your understanding as we move forward with these listings.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm assuming that this has also been reviewed by city attorney. So the interpretation that you just gave us, which seems very sensible to me, has that been also established?
The city attorney felt it prudent to just resolve the issue. We have no problem with placing it before the designation subcommittee if that's what the issue was debating on the appeal, that we didn't follow our process. So that's a no-starter. If someone's claiming we didn't follow our process, his direction was follow the process. Go ahead and refer it to the designation subcommittee, which it was. And now it's before you on the official process that's established in our administrative regulations. What I'm saying to you is that the reality is we've been doing this for quite some time.
Right.
This commission has been adding individual properties. And what we have to do is just catch up our administrative regulations, which we are editing at this moment. You'll be seeing them. And we'll resolve this so this procedure process issue doesn't come up again.
Okay, so there's really two issues in front of us. There's item number 2, which we need to act on, but you're also asking, do we agree with your interpretation?
Yes, that single properties can come up forward without a designation subcommittee review, because that's how we intend to modify these regulations and bring it forward to you. So we just want to be on the same page.
I understand.
Just on the urban historian's recommendation.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So what method do you want us to answer that back?
Well, I think if you can discuss that issue in the context of this discussion and say you agree that in the future these properties can come up individually in this manner and add this officially again onto the list, that would be sufficient evidence. If we have to have these administrative regulations come back, rewritten, and eventually adopted by council again, so they'll concur. I'll bring it up if this appeal goes forward in December. It's being scheduled for December, and we'll discuss whether or not there's a grounds for this appeal because we have now followed the process.
Correct.
Now, if she's objecting still that it shouldn't be on the potential list, that's another matter. But we'll certainly advise City Council that we're addressing this with a change to our administrative regulations to allow for this.
Okay. Thanks for the clarifications. Okay. Anybody have any other questions for Mr. Lua?
Does she state the basis why it would not be on the potentials list?
No, that's what's a little bit confusing. I think there's some frustration on her part as I read some of the emails that she's forwarded that we haven't acted on some violations on the property or with respect to alterations that have occurred on the property. But as we've discussed with the city urban historian, she does not feel those alterations disqualify this property from being added on the potential list. It's more of a cosmetic features that have been or infrastructure has been added to the rear of the structure. And we've actually conducted some site visits, and we're in the process of trying to come forward and abate those violations.
And those violations are primarily mechanical equipment that's been added?
Right. They're basically back of house. And as you know, a restaurant has a lot of things, water softeners, piping. There's also some mechanical equipment that has not returned back for a final approval. Okay. We expect that to come back for a final approval. And at that time, this commission will be asked to look at those other violations to see if they're acceptable or not.
But all of those additions could be removed, as often is conditioned in the Secretary of Interior standards. Yes,
they're reversible. The question is, are they highly visible? and are they essential to operate the restaurant? I mean, it would be more destructive if you would require these pipings and softeners to be relocated indoors. It'd be a problem to relocate them in. But that's what's going to be before the commission. If they, in fact, come before you, you will make a decision whether that piping, that water line, gas line, makes sense to tear up that building and put it inside the walls.
Okay. It's clear with me.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So, finished with that part. So we have a public speaker slip that's been submitted. So I'm going to open public comment, and if there's any other public speakers on this item, agenda item 2, please submit your slips. Mr. Hawthorne, please come on up. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Make sure to get your mic on. There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm just here to reiterate comments I made some months ago at your previous hearing on this item. In addition to the importance of the architect on this project and their contributions to City of Santa Barbara's historic downtown, in addition, there is the importance of the owners themselves that built the building. Franklin Pierce Knott is an internationally famed photographer who was one of the very first color photographers published by National Geographic, traveled all over the world collecting incredible photos of palaces and royalty, and those are widely published in important documents. He actually had a showing at the Potter Hotel. It was highly well attended. And, additionally, the builders of the building, it was known as the Knott Stores at the time they were built, their biographies appear in the Who's Who of Santa Barbara in the 40s edition of the Phillips History of Santa Barbara County. So on multiple grounds, it's not simply the architecture or the architecture of the craftsmanship, but as well as the association to people important to the history of Santa Barbara, that this should be on the potential list. And in conversation with Mary Lou Days, she, for the life of her, can't remember why she and David Gebhardt didn't add it onto the list at the time. But she said it was definitely a mistake, that this building contributes to the colonial architecture that became Santa Barbara after the earthquake, because this does predate the earthquake. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Seeing no other public speaker slips.
Should probably acknowledge.
Oh, yes, I will. Thank you. I won't close public comment. But no other speakers. So we did receive from Ms. Railing a very comprehensive package with 8 attachments regarding this issue. The issue, which seems mostly about, which we heard Mr. Limon speak about before, is about the procedure and process for how the building is getting designated. So I think we've all had a chance to review this, and I think the same issues that we see, that I'm skim reading the cover page right now, is pretty much the same discussion that we just heard in terms of the process. So anyway, this is now in our record. And with that, I will close public comment. I'll bring this to the commission. Questions or comments?
I know Mr. Limon just presented, but isn't there a staff presentation on the subcommittee's results of the subcommittee, or do we just talk about it?
Oh, I did that before Jaime
That was the beginning.
Okay.
I just talked about, said it qualified under the criterion D because of the Spanish colonial revival style, and F for the architects Sewell, Murphy, and Hastings, constructed in 1922.
Okay, that was the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, but I think your question was that it did come before the subcommittee.
Yes.
And so you're saying that
On
it has.
October 21st, they came.
Julio,
And it is recommended.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Vania and Murray and myself
Reviewed it.
were at that committee.
Okay.
In a discussion regarding whether something can come straight to the board, to the commission, rather than go through the committee, I would suggest that it's the prerogative of the commission to appoint a committee to simplify the commission's work, but they don't have to do that. The commission could require everything to come directly to this table rather than putting it to a committee. So a committee is just a convenience to the commission, and we do that to simplify the commission's work, but it wouldn't have to be that way.
So can I summarize or paraphrase? What I just heard is that basically something like this could come to the commission might decide to have it go to subcommittee, or might just decide
or they might not
to act on it without going to subcommittee.
Exactly.
Okay, that seems clear. Yeah. Commissioner Schellenberg.
Well, I'd just like to state for the record that I have no problem at all accepting the urban historian's recommendation as a basis for going forward with designating individual properties.
So you're concurring. Great.
I would echo that. I mean, Nicole has gone through great pains of providing us with letter documents that provide as much information as a 20-page report often does, much more succinctly. So I would, if there are any other comments, move that we accept this property on the city's potential historic structures list.
I'll second that.
And can we make it a structure of merit?
That would
Be
have,
a separate hearing.
it would be a separate hearing with a separate public notice.
And that we proceed with a hearing to list it as a structure of
Yeah,
merit.
we'd have a resolution of intent and the whole, and then the designation. So that's
I'll second that. I'd like to also add the comment that besides being a nice piece of 1920s architecture and having interesting people involved in it, it's also very important, I think, for us to protect these single-story buildings on corners. That's a really, really important part of El Pueblo Viejo is to protect our single-story buildings, especially on corners.
Okay. So I heard a motion and lots of discussion. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Do we have to say there's no appeal period for this, is this? 10-day appeal period? There is. Okay, so this is subject to a 10-day appeal period to the City Council. Okay. Thank you. We're able to move on to the next item. So item number 3.
We're ahead of schedule.
Oh, we're way ahead of schedule. Whoa. Okay, we're going to have to...
Okay, let's talk about that one some more. Go get the book.
So we're going to have to adjourn. Not adjourn, but what do we call that? Not adjourn. Recess. Thank you. We need to recess. Excuse me. I almost said...
This isn't a public.
Yeah, you can review this.
We can?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do we have staff here to do it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is
So
of public interest.
Should we recess for at least till quarter after and then take it up? You think 10 minutes will be enough time? All right, we'll recess till quarter after to 2:15. Great. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to convene. So we're reconvening the November 4th Historic Landmarks Commission meeting, and we are on item 3, the Bike Corral Program update. We have staff member Peter Brown here. Peter, please introduce yourself and make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Winnick. Peter Brown from the Public Works Department. Thanks for hearing this item today. It's an update, and I'll give you a few options at the end of the presentation for actions you may or may not want to take. But for the first time since the corral that is on the 100 block of Canna Perdido went in, that your commission had a strong hand in design and implementation. It's been about a year. So that went in at the end of September of 2014. And here we are in November, so we're looking at 14 months. At that time, your commission designated an 18-month pilot program to determine how the project would work, how it would fit, how it would be used. And so I'm back here to give you an update. And just for your information, if you don't know, there was a joint meeting from, I guess it was about a month ago in October, where Downtown Parking and the Transportation and Circulation Committee met and heard this similar update.
Great.
So in terms of some photographs, the corral at the 100 block is fairly successful, and I'll tell you how I define success. But you can see from the photos, and if you've passed by there, it's fairly well used at most hours of the day. I've done some collecting of data in terms of usage and occupancy and put it together for you here. Over 2014 and 2015, we are running a nearly ideal occupancy of around 70%. And these are all randomly surveyed at different times in the AM and PM. And the reason why I use the term ideal is because if you've ever been to a parking lot that's completely full, 100% capacity, it's not that ideal because you can't park there. And of course, if it's at 20% or even 30%, it's not ideal because it's underutilized. So we feel like we have good numbers and good usage.
Great.
At the direction of Public Works Management, I created a survey and asked the owners of the businesses that were the impetus for the program to respond to some questions. And I have those results for you here. Your association, and again, in terms of, I think there was about 9 folks that were part of it originally, and I got about 7 or 8 responses. Almost everyone responded to the survey. Your association with the corral, adjacent business owners, and have been involved since the beginning. What is your impression of the corral since September 14? One person had mixed feelings. That person said people still park their bikes on the existing poles and trees and against the wall of the deli. So that was one of the claims that we were hoping to, clean up the parking, and I think we did that for the most part. Although I guess it still does occur. The aesthetics, we asked them a question on aesthetics, which is right up your alley. Most people said, actually all of them, said it's well designed, simple, and appropriate. And then one person added that their customers have complimented on its look. And then there was a remark about what we put in as tough curb being a trip obstacle. That's actually okay with us because we wanted to demarcate the corral from moving traffic. So we didn't want anybody to absentmindedly step into the right-of-way. So that tough curb is doing its job. And we asked them what their customers tell about it. Mostly positive feedback there at about 2/3.
So can I just ask a question, just because some of the questions are funny. So did you guys, you formatted the 4 questions, and then they either said they agreed or didn't? Because you've got questions up there that say 0%. Most of them don't like it and tend to complain, and that was 0%, which is a good result.
Multiple choice. It was multiple choice.
So it was multiple choice. So you did have all 4 questions.
Yeah, all options were available.
Got
and then we added typically a fill-in, like tell us if we're not capturing something, give us your comments. And so that's what you see at the bottom in quotation marks. Those are what people actually told us.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
And then maybe the last question, how should the HLC and Public Works handle future bike corral requests? If high levels of bike parking demand are present and few or 0 parking spaces are eliminated, build a few more. Half the folks said that. And use a similar design to evaluate the requests on a case-by-case basis if supported by surrounding businesses. We had one person that you may be interested in knowing said, I would not recommend more in El Presidio, as clients already complained about how difficult it is to park there. However, other locales around downtown would be great. So that's just a sampling of the survey results. And I did not want it to be totally dry, and perhaps it worked out that way. In terms of what else has happened around town, using the same hoop-style racks, you can see that ABR reviewed a location, that's the upper left corner of the screen now, that is at the intersection of Helena and Yananali. We used the same design, ran it through HLC, ran it through ABR, and that went in over the summer in June. Well used. In terms of Chapala, we had this traditional hitching post at Chapala and De La Guerra. You could see they were a bit ill-spaced and the bicycles were not well organized. We put in, what you're urging, brown hoop racks this time, and you can see that those are well used. We went from capacity of 10 up to 16 bicycle parking spaces on Chapala there. And then one that recently went in at Lot 5 that was also at your discretion with the hoop racks. That's when it just went in. That's not a sign of its utility. That was, I think, about 8 o'clock in the morning when we just finished it. And that one as well is well used over there in Lot 5 near Olio Limon Pizzeria in Soho and whatnot. And I did want to also give you some information about the bicycle master plan, because bike corrals are a subject matter in the bicycle master plan, which is currently underway in draft form. And the community is asking for, through our public outreach process, quite extensive online and through many community meetings, requesting locations. And the general location where we're getting the most requests there is the downtown. It's EPV. Right, it's the area red hashed, and then we got a few specific locations that are also, they have red dots on them there. I just wanted you to know that the community outreach process designated this area as in need of more bicycle parking. And then I brought one policy in that is in the draft form, policy 3.2. The city shall increase the number of secure, convenient, and accessible bicycle parking on public property. And then the one actually, bike corrals are called out there. In-street bicycle parking. Bike corrals develop a formalized city process for businesses or neighborhood groups to request and assist in the funding and installation of bike corrals. So that's just for your information. Those are in the document currently. The last couple slides just to update the HLC on where requests have come in. At the press room at the 0 block of East Ortega, 8 business owners were contacted around, and all 8 supported the concept. Similarly, at Divinity Yoga, right across from City Hall on De La Guerra and near De La Guerra Plaza, all 15 managers and owners supported the request. So I haven't been involved in 15 years of urban planning where I've seen 100% of folks asking for the same thing. And it's pretty impressive that they are into more bicycle parking in the street. And a couple other locations that have yet to be evaluated. But for the ones we have evaluated, here is some Google Street Views. Both of them involve zero removal of parking. We do have red curb where we can, in Public Works' opinion, safely put in a few more hoop racks in those locations. So without any loss of automobile parking, but addition of bicycle parking. And then the last slide is just a look at some of the letters and signatures and businesses that have made the request. And so that concludes my presentation. The one thing I will let you know in terms of action, the Downtown Parking Committee and the TCC are recommending that the pilot project end. And I let them know that that was under your purview. So that's an ask of them. If you would like to take an action to end the pilot program, that is up to you. And also, if you'd like us to bring back specific designs for these 2 requested locations, we can do that as well.
Okay, well, great. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'll be bringing this to the commission, but first we do have public comment. And Ed France, please come on up and take a seat. Introduce yourself, and we have yet somebody following. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Historic Landmarks Commission. My name is Ed France. I serve on the Transportation and Circulation Committee as well as the Downtown Parking Committee. As Mr. Brown mentioned, we had this item at our joint meeting about a month ago, and in fact, I put forth the motion to complete the pilot period, which I think is important next step so that the city can begin a formal process to make action per the requests of the businesses that Peter Brown has shown, specifically the press room and also the Divinity, those Ortega and De La Guerra locations, and the other 2 locations. They've also seen, since there's no formal process, we're kind of stuck in not yet acknowledging the success and completion of the first Ken and Perdido bike corral, and we need to sort of give the direction to staff to close the pilot and begin a more formal process. Not sure what that process is exactly going to look like, but I think it's important for the business owners who are seeing this as an amenity that they'd like to have available for their customers, that they have some clarity as to what are the next steps. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment. And next, Mr. DeForest has public comment.
The placement of these bike racks needs to be carefully considered. I mean, they seem to be working, but I'm a little concerned about the aesthetics and visual clutter to the streetscape. For example, one in the De La Guerra Plaza area might detract from the historic plaza, depending on where the bike rack was placed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest. Okay. Seeing no more speaker slips, I will close public comment and bring it to the Commission for questions and comments. Mr. Schallenberg, any questions?
I didn't have any questions, but I did think it was worth clarifying that from this commission's standpoint, or from mine anyway, there was never any objection to corrals or additional bike parking within EPV. It was more just how it was treated from a design and aesthetic standpoint. So, I mean, I agree with the need for it and the usefulness of it. It's just how would it affect, again, the adjacent resources, and how do these look within the EPV guidelines?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Commissioner Vania.
I have a question.
Sure.
As these corrals, as you say, go, and they relate basically to the business that they're across from, let's say, coffee house, restaurant, whatever the case may be. And as time moves along, and let's say the use changes, so then we have this corral that may or may not be frequented as it presently is. What are your future plans?
No, he has a mic.
What are the future plans that you have as far as keeping it or taking it away or what have you?
Yeah, Chair Winnick and Commissioner Vania, one of the things that's nice about the bike corrals is that they are fairly easy to take out if need be. They don't cost a lot of money. From a labor standpoint, the materials are easily used again. So it's one of the few public works items that we feel has some flexibility. And of course, we would address those concerns on a case-by-case basis. And for the record, we did end up with a public-private partnership going back to the corral in the upper left corner, where the city paid for installation and the property owners actually paid for the materials. And so our agreement with the property owners in that case was, in the event that ABR or the city decides that it's a pilot program and it's going to end, what happens? Well, we would have to make them whole. We'd have to pay them back for their investment, and we would take the materials and use potentially in another location or something like that. So the short answer is we have flexibility to take them out if need be.
Okay. My concern was that now that they had been improved, that they would stay there, beyond their usefulness, so to speak. But obviously you're addressing that, so that's fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Schallenberg, thank you.
I meant to ask, Is the intent to try to shorten the duration of the pilot program from the 18-month to today?
That is the recommendation of both the Downtown Parking Committee and the Transportation and Circulation Committee. They did not feel as though we needed another 4 months to continue to evaluate the program, and that given the timing of the bicycle master plan and some of the policies you saw and the requests, that it may be appropriate to end the pilot today.
Okay, thanks for asking that. Commissioner Lavoie.
I would support ending the pilot program. I think it has proved its usefulness. It has proved that these, I'm sorry, I did turn it off. It has proved that these have a negligible impact on historic resources. They have a positive impact of providing access to the historic district for more pedestrians. I'm not sure if you're the one who posted a Facebook post either yesterday or today that I saw that access by bicycles to the downtown areas increase pedestrian use of downtown areas, so they have a beneficial economic, along with providing a better access to more people to an historic district. And the only thing I would like to see as we move forward, that these are brought on an individual basis to this commission as they come forward, but knowing that we have accepted a more or less a template for how to approach them and what's acceptable, to keep to that template to facilitate further developments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lavoie.
Yeah, I agree with the previous comments. In terms of putting one of these bike racks in front of the, if you go to the last slide, El Paseo, the entrance to the Street of Spain, I think that would not be appropriate on that red curb there. I've always enjoyed a red curb there, that nothing gets in front of this building, because it's the most precious one that we have in Santa Barbara. But De La Guerra Plaza is big, and I think you can find a place where it would work. I agree with Commissioner Vena that they probably should be located where there's like the one on Cannon Perdido that's right in front of the coffee shops and the whatever that name of that little restaurant is, or the whole string of restaurants along there that are attractive to people, young people, and I think that probably the west side of the west street of the De La Guerra Loop, where all of those restaurants are there that face onto State Street, if there could be a place found there, that would be more appropriate. I don't think I'm not a bicycle rider, but I don't think the bicycle riders want to park somewhere and then walk a block. You know, they want to go where it's really convenient, pull right up in front of the Starbucks or wherever they're headed for, the Verizon store or whatever. And if you can put them in red zones, as you've suggested, I think that's really great, because we have got a lot of red zones in El Pueblo Viejo, probably more than we should have. And that's a good use. That's a really good use for those red zones. So, for instance, the one in front of the press room, what a great location there, and but not in front of El Paseo.
So, okay.
And I agree. They should come to us on a project by project basis.
Yeah.
One other thing.
Sorry.
As we're talking, things pop to mind, but so. I assume that there would be some maintenance program that is just part of the general public works maintenance operations, but I'd like to see some priority given to the EPV, and I don't know how you do that functionally, but I did notice, was in San Francisco coincidentally last week, and there was a bike corral or some form of bike racks parking near a beautiful building, and it was completely dilapidated with bent over posts or racks, and it looked terrible right in front of this beautiful piece of architecture and in a plaza, actually. So I'd like to see, obviously, you want things maintained throughout the years, but specifically some priority to the EPV.
Okay. So I'll just add a little bit. First off, it's just kind of a question. This was an update, so it wasn't listed as an action item. So my understanding on this, and this is maybe to staff or to yourself, Mr. Brown, is that we can't actually help you shorten the program. We can just voice what we've said, whether or not our opinion is that it's fine that the pilot program has served its course. Or Mr. Limon will answer this for us. Good.
Chair Winnick, you are correct. Typically, if the commission is going to take an action, we identify it as a miscellaneous action item. This was put on as a discussion item. So I think if you would like to have something crafted up based on their direction, you could follow up on that direction and come back and confirm that, in fact, they can take action.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that for me. So that's first piece. So I'll just follow up with a question. I'm assuming you would like to come back and ask for that action item. Is that correct?
It would be what you would like to do, not what I would like to do. So if you would like to come back, if you would like the staff to come back, I can do that in a week or two. It's easy to do.
Well, I mean, I didn't hear that the commission was asking for you guys to limit the program. I think it was more that in response to you as the applicant saying we'd like to move on with this program and take it away from being a pilot program so that it could then find its course as a new program. I would say that's something that you as an applicant can decide. I think we as a commission can tell you whether or not we'd be receptive. I've heard that the commission's receptive.
Well, I don't think that was the case. I think we put that condition on the applicant that there be a pilot period so that to evaluate whether there was a negative impact.
Okay. So thanks for the correction.
We do need to probably full commission
Mr.
decide.
Chair, I think there are two separate issues here. One has to do with the actual corral that was approved by this commission. We could revisit that and remove that condition that placed it as a temporary pilot and then act on that one. But I think what I was leaning towards is to actually base a program based on the process that you would follow on any new locations and include the direction that you're getting today on how they would like to see that come forward. And so you could put together a short proposal that would say, in the future, this is how these corrals would be proposed and submitted to the commission.
Right. Okay. And I also heard that the commission would like to see them submitted on a case-by-case basis. I did hear that. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. But even that first item, the one that was in front of the 100 block in Cannon Perdido, it's not an action item for today. So
that's correct.
So again, we'd have to invite you back in order to extend it so it's not just a pilot program.
Understood. And not to be conflicting or anything, I do believe that since your commission, put the pilot program condition on the one, you do not need a noticed meeting to end the pilot. That is at the discretion of the commission to do when you please, and I'm happy to come back if that's easier, if that's what Mr. Limon prefers. That's not a problem. I do also think it's fairly easy to have part of the program, if we develop one, to have individual designs that are in the EPV brought to you. That's easy enough. And then just to get to a couple other, or at least one other point that I heard, I heard that bicyclists are lazy and they don't want to walk very far, and I agree with that.
That's an interpretation.
That doesn't have to be an emotion.
That's not in the motion, but in terms of the driver for this particular location, there is a juice shop and a coffee and tea place and a yoga studio here, and those folks tend to ride bikes. And so what happens is when there's a yoga class, if you're concerned about the historic look of this building, you will see bikes tied up to trees and even the fire hydrants sometimes, and certainly all the posts along this end, which we get a lot of complaints from the owners and tenants there. So one thing that your commission may want to consider about this location, and I could bring back multiple locations for here and one design, is that the bike corrals tend to enable views of the building. They're easy to see through. They're not very tall, and so one of the things we found is that the aesthetic resource or the historic resources were not, in my opinion at least, not severely impacted. So that's just something to consider. When I hear discussion of elsewhere around De La Guerra Plaza, I'm not sure that I've seen the driver for the bicycle trips in other locations around the plaza that we've seen here. Nor did we find that we had the right-of-way or the width or the red curb available that we have here. So that's just for your commission's information.
Great. Well, thank you. So,
So, Mr. Chair, I would request that we direct staff to add that item to our next agenda specifically so that we can take an action on it, and which we're prevented from doing by the Brown Act without notice
right.
or agenda.
And that item being the 100 block of Cannon
The
Perdido.
100 block of Cannon Perdido, and also how to move forward, directive of how to move forward.
Great.
I'm seeing a nod from Mr. Lamone.
Do I see anybody seconding that?
That's not a motion. It's just a suggestion.
A
Okay,
suggestion to
that's fine.
staff.
Well, great. It sounds like the right suggestion. And that would, I think, probably conclude this, unless there's any other closing comments. Okay, well, thank you for bringing this forward and for all your work on this. Thank you. And I think we're going to be, are we in recess again? Are we?
Well, 10 minutes. We can start 10 minutes early, can't we?
Are the people for item number 4 here, Historic Structures Report? Are we within time? You guys, is it 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
You can move forward on it.
Okay, then we'll move forward. So item number 4, Historic Structures Report for the 1200 block of Queen Nanto Street.
I'm going to go get the historian to make sure she's here.
Oh. She's here. Thank you.
She's watching us.
All right, well, welcome. Oh, we can take this out of the way.
Yeah.
Slide that down. Okay, so this is, I guess I already announced it, so welcome and please. So you have drawings, so I guess you're going to make a presentation. It's part of it. You're on. I'm on.
You're not speaking loud enough.
I guess I'm not speaking loudly.
You're mumbling.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Articulate.
So introduce yourself, please, and any presentation you'd like to make, and then we'll go to the urban historian.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tom Conti. I'm from Bengal Engineering. There's half-size prints in the MEA that were circulated for you to look at. You can also come gather around this. You're welcome to. So my name is Tom Conti from Bengal Engineering. I'm the project engineer, project manager for the Quinientos replacement. So I guess I wanted to start out with some of the conclusions of the report. That the bridge is not eligible for registration or eligible for. There's no buildings studied studied in the report that meet the listing criteria. So that was a couple of the conclusions of the report. If there's more questions, Colleen can answer them, our historian. So getting into some of the project process that we went through, we've had 5 stakeholder working group meetings with various departments and divisions within the city that have looked at the design, have chimed in on certain elements, and they've liked the design. We've had 2 public meetings on the east side in proximity to the project. We've had success with public interaction. We've also had 2 ABR meetings. The second ABR meeting was in June. It was a concept review, and one of the main comments was the board appreciates the thought, effort, and care put into the design. The rest of the comments were various minor aesthetic comments that are anticipated regarding fence, barrier rail, landscaping. One of the comments from the commission last time we were here was regarding flooding, and I wanted to, talk a little bit about that. This bridge, first off, it's 100% funded by the federal government with Caltrans oversight. This bridge is one of the only bridges on the lower mid-Sycamore Creek that is actually passable in 100-year flows. So it's a fairly important facility for the community in emergency situations when flooding happens. There's about 3+ feet of freeboard below the soffit of the structure where the 100-year floodplain is. It's contained within the channel throughout the site. So, okay, so the existing bridge was built in 1930. It's a single-span T-girder structure. It's fairly common structure. There's nothing really outstanding about it. There's same structures all around the city. It's 36 feet. The existing is 36 feet wide, 38 feet long. The existing structure here is 25 feet curb to curb. And the bridge, this is an interesting thing that is not really relevant with a lot of other bridge projects. There's a lot of, as you can see, there's a lot of curves intersecting this site. A lot of the bridges that you probably see are on straight grids, so this is it's fairly unique.
Almost never.
Yeah, almost never. The existing bridge is actually a straight bridge intersecting two curves, so it's fairly interesting in that aspect. The roadway on the easterly and westerly side is 36 feet curb to curb, and this is one of the significant features that makes the bridge eligible for funding is the geometric anomalies. The bridge is 25 feet from curb to curb. The roads leading up to it is 36 feet. So there's geometry anomalies that cause it to be funding, along with the age. So our new bridge structure here is highlighted in pink. As I mentioned, we're required to match the easterly and westerly curb to curb width. Per standards and regulations. We have had Transportation Division chime in on Transportation and Creeks agree to the sidewalk width, which is 6.5 feet. And then we have a barrier rail protection on each side that's 1.5 feet. So that gives us a 52-foot wide bridge and a 45-foot long bridge. The reason why we're lengthening the bridge, the span, is to slow down the channel velocity, the water velocity in the channel, to reduce some of the downstream scour. So the bridge is, as I mentioned, it's on a curve. It's on a really nice, elegant curve here. It's about 172-foot radius, and it meets the modern standard and codes for vehicle speeds generated in this area. Other elements of this project that you may want to hear are we're actually straightening out some of the paths to travel to give the pedestrians a little more foresight with the vehicles, lining them up so they're facing the vehicles and making them more available, making them more visible to vehicles. We're also removing some site restrictions for vehicles in the area, and I'll get into that in a minute.
So actually, do you mind if I interrupt you for 1 second?
No, go ahead.
You're here to review the historic structures report, and I assumed you were just giving us background for it. If I'm not mistaken, this project's in the venue for ABR's review.
That's correct.
So we don't have to actually approve the project itself.
That's correct.
We're here to approve the report.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
When we reviewed this report in the last meeting, we had asked for a document showing the plan of the bridge because it was impossible to know the impacts to the adjacent potential historic resources without seeing that document. And that's why this applicant is here today in front of us.
Okay, so
Exactly,
then
yeah,
as long as the rest of you feel like we should.
So, I mean, as long as he shows us the drawing and the size of the bridge, that is...
that probably met the requirement, but
Right.
but I also don't want to trample your toes. So if there's something else that you felt was going to help us make an informed decision, by all means. But understand we're not approving a bridge project.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Right.
I do understand.
We also requested, because just like we do with an addition to a house, we have to evaluate all of the new project, and we hadn't really seen what the new project was, so we asked for all.
Got it. I wasn't here.
Okay. Thank you.
So go ahead. Continue.
So a couple other things is we're improving some stormwater treatment, and we're also making vast improvements to the creek corridor. So we're going with a lot of invasive species. So we're doing a lot of improvements on site. The next sheet here shows the bridge. I know there was some requests from staff to kind of show the detail of the bridge. We're doing a simple reinforced concrete slab structure on a curve, so I think it's going to be a lot nicer on the site. And this is the elevation. We got the plans, some details, and some typical section details.
Okay.
The other big item that the commission wanted to see was a tree removal plan. So there's two sheets here denoting the tree removals. Now, the preponderance of trees removed within the vicinity of the bridge are due to excavation. We're going to have deep foundation excavations around here, so some of these trees, unfortunately, are going to be undermined. The arborist has reviewed all of the trees. He understands why the need is there. We're going to be showing the ABR for the approval of all the trees as we move forward. This 26-inch amber is actually diseased, and we're going to take it down because it's in trouble. We're going to be grading into it also. The other area where we're doing some landscape improvements here, I'm going to flip the page over to show some photos here. So there's this nice oak tree on the corner of Kanata Street and Clifton Street, and it's being overrun by palm trees. There's about 5 palm trees poking up through the canopy. So what we've proposed for ABR's consideration is to remove these palm trees and really let this oak tree proliferate and really accentuate this corner. I think it's going to be a nice feature. The oak tree is about 30, 40 years old, and it can get a lot older. There's also a line of scruffy hedge along the frontage road here. We're going to remove these and likely put some type of wrought iron fence to around this corner. By removing these, I think it's going to help some of the sight distance issues going on to Canada Street. So those are the main tree removals. I think that's wrapping it up in 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then go to our urban historian, Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I reviewed this very carefully the second time as well, and I do think it does meet all the secret requirements and our guidelines as well. One of the owners of the recommended the properties that were maybe eligible did request I go out and take a closer survey of it, and it wasn't one of the best examples of a Spanish colonial revival style. It had, it didn't have the clay roofs that all the others had on Las Casitas, and it was off on Coda Street. So I recommended that one probably wouldn't rise to the level of individually being designated. So that one we took off the list. Okay. And otherwise, I think I recommend approval of the report.
Okay, great. So now we'll open public comment, and I see a public comment speaker slip. Mr. DeForest.
So I gather that no structures are impacted by the widening of the bridge, putting it. That hasn't been made completely clear, and I guess. And then in the planning of new material, new creeks, have they thought of using sycamores? It is Sycamore Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest. If you don't mind clarifying that one point about the adjacent structures.
Yeah, we're staying away from structures. There's going to be no demolition of any parts of the structures. We're also, the palette is full of sycamores, willows, so we're using a native palette.
Great, thank you. Okay, let me bring it to the commission. Any questions, starting with Commissioner Schellenberg?
I was going to ask the question, but I did find it in the report whether the tree removal was found significant, and I can see that it's clearly not.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Vania.
Why are we removing the hedge and the other palm trees in this area around the corner of where you were last speaking of Canada Street and Clifton?
He's talking about right here.
Yes. I mean, it looked like they could probably be trimmed up and stay, and the hedge is there probably for a reason as far as screening is concerned. I don't know, what are you going to replace anything with once all that's gone, if anything?
Our landscape architect, David Black, along with some of the neighbors, supported removal of the shrubs. So we're weighing that in, and we're going to remove the shrubs. They're kind of scruffy. No one really takes care of them. They could be taken care of, but we thought that the wrought iron fence or a fence would be more appropriate. We'll probably have some plantings there, some low plantings. Okay. The palm trees are going to be removed. I think you had a question about why they're going to be removed. Or? So if you go on site, if you look at some of the pictures here, this center picture here, there's actually 3 palm trees growing right through the canopy of this oak tree. And what our proposal is to remove those palm trees to let the oak tree kind of thrive, since it's a native tree in the area.
My last statement might be, if depending on the hedge, if it could be pruned, many times the hedge will come back better than what you would be planting in the future. It's already established, and you wouldn't have to provide any moisture or anything for future plants. In other words, the hedges will rebound probably and exceed your expectations, but I hope that's taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner LaVoy.
No questions or comments.
Okay, Commissioner Mahan.
2 questions. One, I asked 2 weeks ago, I asked about a plaque, if there would be a plaque put on the bridge, giving the date, maybe giving the date of the original bridge, and that this bridge is replacing an original bridge, and the dates, just so there's some history. Can we do that? Put a little plaque on?
I would imagine we could do that. Typically, as you see on the bridge plan, we do date stamp the bridge for the current date. There's really nothing significant. We usually stamp the year of construction here. It's kind of small. This is a preliminary drawing.
That's where nobody can see it unless they're in a canoe.
That is true. We can look at doing something as you mentioned,
where the pedestrian would walk.
Sure.
Just a little. The other question is that when you remove trees like these trees here that are outside of your right of way, who owns those trees? Who owns these?
So I believe it's anything 10 feet off, 10 or 6 feet off the right of way is within the. I think they are owned by the property owner, but the ABR will actually have say as to if it's going to be removed or not. So
I have some concerns about this large pine tree here. I think it's that one right there, isn't it? That's a 30-inch pine. And the ABR will give consideration of that. But my experience, long experience in design review, has been that when you cut trees down, it's very painful for the neighborhood. They get used to these trees, and they are part of the texture of the neighborhood. And when you cut a big tree like that pine tree down, it's very painful. And does it really have to go? I mean, I guess you say because of the excavation, for the footings and things.
Yeah, unfortunately that's the case. We've had neighbors chime in, some like it, some don't. This tree is unfortunately in not the best location. It actually shields drivers looking this way, in some ways. Some of the neighbors like it, some of them don't. The tree is actually wider than the sidewalk, so it actually pushes people onto the roadway. So there's a couple things that are really weighing in its removal, but predominantly is because it's going to be undermined significantly with the construction.
A question to staff. Do our comments go to ABR?
Mm-hmm.
They do. We forward the comments to ABR.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? Commissioner Schellenberg. Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you, because this should actually, I don't know if there's anybody here from the city, but this should be a basic template for bridge projects that come forward, especially this overlay. The color representation of new versus existing is very helpful and appreciated. And even the preliminary design ideas, I mean, whether it's reviewed by us or ABR or not, this cast-in-place railing, for example, tells this picture tells 1,000 words, and it's very helpful. I did have, like I said, I did have questions about the tree removal earlier, but you determined that it's not part of the historic resource, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I mean, the idea of a historic setting is something to consider, but all the other arguments you've made, I think I could support that. I can support the report in general entirely, but I really wanted to sort of talk about this attachment to these reports is so helpful in allowing approval.
Thank you, Mr. Schulberg. Commissioner Vania, anything to add?
I'm just concerned about losing the hedge and so forth. In other words, there goes the privacy of whatever is there. Obviously, the hedge was planted there for a reason. And anyway, screening is everything in many cases, so I hope you consider that rather sensitively.
Anything else, Commissioner Lavoie? Comments? No? Additional comments?
Well, my comment is that I would like the ABR to give consideration to the plaque and what would be on it, and the size of it, et cetera, and that it would be located in a place where it would be visible to the pedestrians, and then that the ABR give very careful consideration to the loss of major trees. I agree that taking the palms out and letting the oak tree thrive that's a good step. I like that. But these other major trees, I hope that the ABR will give careful consideration to whether or not they should be removed, or whether there's some way to mitigate and save those major trees.
Okay. I'm going to break protocol and allow public comment from Mr. DeForest, who's waving his hand at us. So, very briefly.
Thank you. Yes. In the plaque, addressing or putting text on the plaque, I presume the plaque could make reference to the 1925 earthquake, which flooded the breaking of the Schofield Dam, Schofield Reservoir, and having all that water come down Sycamore Creek took out all the bridges on Sycamore Canyon, Sycamore Creek, plus a previous bridge, and then this 1930 bridge was to replace the pre-flood bridge that washed away. And since this was quite a cataclysmic event, this flood, perhaps that could be mentioned in any plaque.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr.
Very nice. Yes.
Okay, nice add. Okay, I don't have additional comments, so we need a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, wait.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I move acceptance of the report, including Mr. Mahan's comments to the ABR.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
All right, well, I heard second by Mr. Schallenberg.
Good.
Motion by Lavoie. Comments? You had additional comment, or you were going to make the motion? Okay, great. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions? Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. This will be appealable.
Thank you.
To the
City Council
10-day appeal period.
Good
and of course, the motion is for the historic report.
Good idea.
Just so you know. Okay.
Thank you. Very nice presentation.
Thank you for.
Thank you. I think item 5 has been canceled.
That's what I thought. Was item 5 the one that was canceled?
I don't know how big the footprint is.
Was item 5 canceled, Joanna? Item 5 was canceled.
What they're doing sometimes leaves something.
Do we need a motion?
So we're going to move on to item 6 here, but have they been?
Do we need a motion?
I'll make a motion to postpone item 5.
Second.
Okay. Are you item 5?
Oh, I didn't know
Oh,
that.
you're here for 5:30 Chapala, right? Yeah, that's item 6.
Somebody. Yeah. Don't worry. We're not canceling without your knowing. Okay. So, folks, we've got a motion.
Well, that's right.
Nobody's paying attention.
They might prune it
Commissioner
back.
Vania.
The roots
Can I
are all
just-
good. Well, the roots are
I
all
got to
good.
interrupt you guys for a second.
Order.
Thank you. We just have a motion to postpone item 5 at the applicant's request. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, so moved. Thank you. We'll have item 6, but we're too far ahead of time. So you're here and available. We could reconvene 10 minutes before it's on the agenda, so we could reconvene at 3:15. So we'll recess until 3:15.
Recession.
Okay, thank you.
These are for item.
Get our head.
Don't save your kisses, just pass them around. You'll find my reason is logically sound. Who's gonna know that you passed them around 100 years from today? Why crave a penthouse that's fit for a queen? You're near heaven on Mother Earth's green. If you had millions, what would they all mean 100 years from today? So laugh and sing, make love the thing, be happy while you may. There's always one beneath the sun who's bound to make you feel that way. The moon is shining, and that's a good sign. Cling to me closer and say you'll be mine. Remember, darling, we won't see it shine 100 years from today. 100 years from today. The moon is shining, and that's a good sign. Cling to me closer and say you'll be mine. Remember, darling, we won't see it shine 100 years from today. 100 years from today.
They all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound. They all laughed at Wilbur and his brother when they said man could fly. They told Marconi that wireless was a phony. It's the same old cry. They laughed at me wanting you. Said I was reaching for the moon. You came through. Now they have to change their tune. They all said we never could be happy. They laughed at us and how. But ho, 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 who's got the last laugh now? They all laughed at Rockefeller Center. Now they're fighting to get in. They all laughed at Whitney and his cotton gin. They all laughed at Fulton and his steamboat, Hershey and his chocolate bar, Ford and his Lizzie kept the laughers busy. That's how people are. They laughed at me wanting you. Said it would be hello, goodbye. you came through. Now they're eating humble pie. They all said we'd never get together, darling, let's take a bow. Ho, 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 who's got the last laugh? He, let's at the past laugh. Ha, 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 who's got the last laugh now?
Why do I sing? Why does December seem sunny as spring? Why do I get up each morning to start happy and head up with joy in my heart? Why is each new task a trifle to do? Because I am living a life full of you. I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart and I'm ready for love. Let the stormy clouds chase everybody from the place. Come on, little raindrops, I've got a smile on my face. And I'll walk down the lane with a happy refrain, and I'll be singing, just singing in the rain. And let the stormy clouds chase everybody from the place. Come on, little raindrop, I've got a smile on my face. I'll walk down the lane with a happy refrain, and I'll be singing in the rain, singing in the rain. Let the stormy clouds chase. Get out, everybody from the place. Come on, little raindrops, I've got a big fat smile on my face. I'll walk down the lane, I'll keep a happy refrain. I'll be screaming and singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain.
When you're gone and I'm all by myself and long for your caress, I just think of you, and the thought of holding you near makes my loneliness soon disappear. Though you're far away, I have only to close my eyes, and you are back to stay. Yes, I just close my eyes, and the sadness that missing you brings soon is gone, and this heart of mine sings. Yes, I love you so, and that for me is all I need to know.
till the sun falls from the sky. For what else can I do? I will wait for you, meditating how sweet life will be when you come back to me. Ba 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 ba.
Wanting it to change, and
I
now
mean, it was 74 in Palm Springs the other day. Last week it was 103. That's warm.
okay, we're ready to reconvene.
Ever in November in Chicago.
Of course, next week it'll be 3 feet of snow.
Okay, are we there? Order. We are reconvening the November 4th Historic Landmarks Commission and meeting, and we have agenda item number 6, I believe, right? 530 Chapala Street.
Yes.
Please come on up.
30 Chapala Street.
This is for project design approval. So I'll just read what it says here. This is a revised project description, proposal to renovate a historic commercial building for commercial office use. The project would preserve the 38 and 10 square foot building while adding a 2,565 square foot second floor addition. 4 parking spaces are required. The proposal includes reconfiguring the parking lot for 11 spaces and installing new landscape. A total of 2,565 square feet of non-residential additions are proposed. The project requires a development plan finding, as well as new non-residential floor area. For the new non-residential floor area, the building is on the City of Historic list of potential historic resources, the Del Pozo Tire Corporation building, and we probably have meeting minutes from the last presentation. I just have so many pieces of paper in front of me.
Yeah, the minutes would be...
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to find them. Here we go. Here we go.
Got them?
Item.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Item 6. Okay. This is from last meeting, which was, I can't even read.
4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm not finding the date. Okay, October 7th. So, and the motion at the time was continued indefinitely with comments. The project is an appropriate improvement to the historic resources in size, bulk, scale, and detail. It has the Commission's full support as currently designed. The Chapala Street King Palm sidewalk planters should be elongated to a length of 6 feet. Adequate screening for the fire backflow preventer is required. If necessary, raise the wall to accommodate. Otherwise, 3 feet is acceptable. The 6-inch planter along Chapala Street, the Chapala Street sidewalk, is acceptable to screen the wall with vine planting as proposed. The balconies should not cantilever more than 18 inches from the face of the wall. Reconsider the adequacy of the planters for the species proposed. And then the distance between the tower and the addition is adequate. The action was by Lavoie, seconded by Drury. Motion carried 7-0. All right, please make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ryan Mills with DMHA Architecture.
And Ed Deviceni, architect with DMHA.
Go ahead again.
Okay.
Ed Deviceni, architect with DMHA.
Katie Klein with CGMLA.
Welcome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just start off based on the minutes and where we're looking to get to after this meeting is we're here for project design approval, but also final approval if the board sees fit.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I think we're familiar with the project. We'll address the minutes and any changes that occurred in the last few weeks. And then after that, more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great.
So the first item is the balcony. So the comment was received to reduce the depth of the balcony. So you see here in plan, so we went to 18 inches, swung the doors in as a request, and we showed in detailing, we've kept it very simple. It's wrought iron. We studied but chose not to do any twists or knots in it. So square stock, flat top rail, 3/4 inch square balustrade, and then a metal apron with square clavos. So I kept it pretty clean and simple. We didn't think the building needed any ornate wrought iron detailing, and that was per a conversation with Alex Cole as well. Another sort of significant change, albeit not visual, was we've incorporated a second-story patio behind this mansard. So visually, nothing has changed as far as massing, tower, the mansard roof. Everything's preserved as last time. But as we've developed the drawings, we got to a place where we found ourselves reconstructing that portion of the building. I think is this where we are here.
What page is that?
Page A301.
A301
Here, I'll just bring it over.
is the section. We can go to plan too. But in this area, we just found the opportunity through reconstructing this portion, which was ending up being required to, figured it made a very lovely outdoor space. So what does change from an exterior point of view is previously we had windows, obviously there, which sill height went down to, is it this sheet?
I don't think so, yeah.
It's the next sheet.
So A201.
A201. So you can see previously we had, in approximately the same opening, we had 3 windows with a sill at about 36, which really just sat under that ridge line. So now obviously French doors out to that space, but the opening really didn't change, but configuration did. That's really the second significant change. Otherwise, other components were roof drainage. We had to play with a little bit to make the stormwater management work. For example, we had existing guttering here on front, which went down and out to the sidewalk. We have to pull it. So we're using the existing design gutter, and we're actually having to go inboard into the turret, down, and piping to our landscape. Same with out here. So no visual impacts except for a couple downspouts. Let's see. Site wall, and Katie can get into more landscape. The site wall, we did go out and measure the backflow that we've used most recently, and even this site condition, and as it's getting calced. And in the landscape plans, it's noted we're still proposed at 36 inches for the wall, and that may creep up. We're not exactly sure yet, but in the plans, it's stated that that wall will maintain that height to screen the backflow.
Okay.
Let's see, am I missing anything? I believe, was there any other architecture? I think that was it for the architecture.
That's
and then we
the
can cover
architecture.
any detailing. Otherwise, the detailing's all as it was presented last time.
Okay. So it'd be the landscape.
Great. So, referring to comment 2, the planters along Chapala have been elongated to 4 feet by 6 feet, as well as Coda. There's one planter.
These and then that one?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're DG, so nothing significantly has changed from that. Ryan mentioned the screening for the backflow. We have a note on sheet L2. Detail 6 is where that note is.
Detail 6 is right here. Is that the backflow?
Yeah,
Okay.
right there.
Great.
That's where it noted. Then comment 6, we would like your input. Based on the comment before, we removed 2 trees at the entry because that planter is too small for large trees, and 2 did not seem significant, and it would also screen the view of the tower. So we removed those 2 at the entry.
So can you just point to where those 2 are? Oh, those,
Here,
that
the
entrance.
2 at the entry here were removed based on comment that this is too small, as well as it would block the tower view from here.
I see. What kind of trees were there?
Olive, I believe.
Okay, so you had a pair of olive trees there.
So then we kept 2 olives here because we found it was important for the parking shading. But we have a couple images to get your input on because this olive potentially could block the view of the tower. So
Okay.
I'll share that. Let's see there. At maturity, it would be 25 feet tall and 20 feet wide. And these are other views from Coda and Chipola. We thought it was good for the balance to keep it 2 trees in the parking lot for shading, and just from a design standpoint. Also, we are putting a jacaranda on Coda because we felt that worked well with the intersection because there's 2 more jacarandas over here, and it kind of balanced out that intersection.
Okay. Is that's the end of your presentation? Okay. Nothing else? I see that you brought your sample board. I'm not sure.
Material board as proposed last time. Matching the tile roof, I think we mentioned previously. Our proposed custom fixtures are really a variation of an original Sautner fixture from the Cabrillo Pavilion. We changed proportions just to kind of suit this building, but thought that was an appropriate play since the original drawing showed no designed lighting. So that was the next best thing. This is the only existing fixture under the turret that we decided to keep in repair. Gold awnings, which I thought was a nice balance to the terracotta, and then body of the stucco is a pretty close match. Nice warm color. This is matching. We took some paint samples off of the sills and dug through the original sills as best we could and cleaned it up and made that match.
Great. Okay. So, ending your presentation, thank you. We'll open public comment. Are there any public speaker slips? Nope. Okay. Closing public comment. Bring it to the commission. I'll start to my left this time.
Questions. I'm looking at G002.
You see that?
I'm looking at the little picture at the very bottom right hand, and it looks like there's some kind of a vine growing up the wall there and onto the roof or something like that. But this is going to be a patio up there. What's going to happen to? Are those your vines or are those somebody else's vines?
That is, this is the Chapala elevation. That's the neighboring lot of the Jewish Federation. So that block wall is remaining. It's planted on their property. So we are doing some work at the top of that wall, but we have no plans. Obviously that'll be trimmed as needed for construction, but we have no intention.
Well, they have a block wall there against your building?
You want to see this at all?
Sorry, I said concrete. That is our concrete wall. They're a block building back.
Yeah.
That is our concrete wall. They're planting.
They're planting growing up your wall.
But we're leaving that wall intact, furring out.
Yeah, but you'll just be trimming up that hedge at the top there.
That's right.
Another question: How do you plan to use that deck up there? Are there going to be umbrellas and so on and so forth? Heat lamps and whatever?
No intentions for that. It's meant for a office use. So I don't think we're looking it for.
That's office function up there.
Office function. I don't think it'll be entertainment space. So
I don't know if that's me or he.
Me
or he. Is my thing turned on?
You're on. I think you just need to be close to the mic, Brian. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, that's all the questions I have right now.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Lavoie.
No questions.
Commissioner Vania? Commissioner Salenberg? Any questions?
Oh, I have one other question.
One more question. about that.
Last meeting, we talked about the backflow preventer and how high it would be, and how high is it?
So we looked at a couple that we think is sized to what we'll be needing. It's somewhere between 36 and it inches a little higher than that. So how Katie's office noted the wall was it will be matching in height to the backflow. So we don't know exactly. It's going to be somewhere between 36 and 42.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So no more questions. So I guess we're ready for comments. So Commissioner Mayhem.
Yeah, I think it's a great project. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
And once again, I'm so happy that we're saving the corner and keeping it open.
Good. And just so one of the questions that was asked of us is, it'll come up when it's time to do a motion, but not just project design approval, but final approval. So you're okay with that?
Yes.
Great. Commissioner Lavoie.
It's a very carefully crafted and detailed building. I appreciate the effort. Appropriate to an historic resource. I would be in favor of keeping the 2 olive trees as proposed. And in the location that was an inadequate planter for an olive tree, that perhaps something like a palm tree might be considered at the landscape architect's discretion.
Okay. Commissioner Mania.
I didn't quite get his comment regarding the palm tree.
That in where the 2 olive trees were taken out before at the entrance, that they consider a palm tree in that location, since it's only a planter this big, I think.
I would be in favor of that as long as the palm tree is the type that stays in scale with the building and does not exceed it in 20 years and gets up there like a piece of fuzz up there.
Courtney Miller. I
Yes.
just wanted to add that area is also an infiltration zone for the swale.
palm tree.
So trees in general, we were kind of trying to stay away from, but we'll take a look.
And that was at the landscape architect's discretion. So.
Thank you.
The other question I have is, it looks on the tower that you have some lines going up. Are you putting a weather vane up there? I mean, there's a couple of straight lines there on your graphic.
Oh, in the cover
graphic.
rendering? No, there's nothing outside of this drawing. Nothing is proposed. We're restoring it as it was originally. There was no cap or finial at all on that tower.
Commissioner Schellenberg.
You may have mentioned this, and apologies if I missed it, but is the Navajo white selection based on matching the existing? Is that what's there now, or is this just a desired new color?
It's a desire for a new color that looks pretty close to what's there now. We don't know what originally the color was. I mean, as we've chipped through, it's many, many layers. So it's just what we found out in the daylight in full sun was a reasonable match that wasn't too bright white.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay.
As far as comments, were we doing that as well? Or
I think we
were
into
in
comments.
I just wanted to say a commendable I mean, it's sort of coincidental we're adopting these historic resource design guidelines, and there's a section in here of how to treat, do an addition to a historic building, and this is a perfect example.
Nice. So I don't have any additional questions or comments. Well, I'll just share the one comment. I, too, agree with Commissioner Lavoie that it'd be very nice to keep the 2 olive trees. I think we've got plenty of opportunity to see the tower, so having the trees give some scale to that parking lot is a nice feature to have there. And I too think it's a really nicely done project.
Thank you.
So there's a little bit of paperwork along with this motion today that we have to find. I think it's called a development plan findings.
Sorry, Chair. I would just like to direct all the commissioners to review the conditions of approval, which I've supplied you all with a copy of that to read through that as well. And also, this project requires CEQA guideline section 15183 exemption findings. And it also requires development plan findings.
Could you direct us to where those?
Which one is that?
This one I have, the CEQA.
Oh, good.
Now, the development plan findings, I'm not sure I know where they are.
Where are they?
That we're going to have to do some looking. We've got standard short-term construction-related conditions of approval.
It's on this.
Sorry,
Just
folks.
a second.
We're all looking.
All together now.
Development findings. This has the CEQA as well. Oh, brother. I don't know that we've ever had to do development findings before.
Yeah, it's kind of a rare instance because it's design review only, and so it's in that small additions category of non-residential additions. So I'll be right back to supply with those findings which are
Okay,
needed.
thank you.
So it's not on here.
Not here.
We're just going to be patient. Thank you for a
We
minute.
can get started, I guess.
Back in the old days, we used to make all this stuff up.
In the good old days, you missed that.
This is part,
We didn't have any of this stuff.
Well, this is part of Measure E, is that you're adding the 3,000 square feet that you're allowed to add without having to show that there's a economic or some other benefit incentive for it. Anyway.
And you were approved by the planning department?
They wouldn't be sitting here for final. If they were.
I think I know how to say this.
You do, okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Little.
I'd like to make a motion for project design and final approval of the project as submitted, commending the design team for an appropriate addition to an historic resource and very finely detailed. The project qualifies for an exemption from further environmental review under CEQA guidelines 15183 based on city staff analysis and CEQA certificate of determination on file for this project, and making the findings that this development is consistent with Planning Commission approvals and conditions.
Okay, which is, we've got that. Yep.
And any other language staff may wish to add to that.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion by Lavoy, seconded by Mahan. I guess any further comment? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. And this is final design approval. So it's appealable to the City Hall, to City Council, excuse me, within 10 days, 10-day period. So anyway,
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice project. Congratulations.
Beautiful building.
One set needs.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess.
I made the motion so that if any additional legal language needs to be added, it should be.
Pass it on down.
We need to keep that.
355.
Nice building.
Very nice
Yeah,
building.
we can start.
And if we have to reopen the item and reclose it, we could. It's fine. Sure. Well,
No,
hopefully it won't get.
we'll deal with it.
Shannon Perdido Street. Oh, yeah, right. Right.
I'm going to put this back on her desk. Okay, so next item is item 7. Let me just hand this off.
Item 7.
Let me just hand this off, and then we'll be good. That's why we'll give this back to Joanna. We might let her know that we've moved on.
Small size.
Running a little early today, huh?
Large size on the middle.
Cancels out last time.
Yeah, it does make it go faster, doesn't it? Wow, we've got lots of people for this one. Okay, so item 7, we on time? 3:55.
Yeah, we can do it. 45.
Right, but it's not 45.
5-minute recess?
We have to recess for 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
I thought we
There
could
was
go 15
considerable
minutes.
public comment last time, so I think it would be in our best interest to not get this appealed.
No, we'll recess for 5 minutes. So we'll reconvene. We'll give a few extra minutes, actually. We'll reconvene at 3. Let's do it at 3:50. Okay.
What time?
3:50.
Marry me. Then there's a very friendly fellow who prints all the latest real estate news. And every day he sends me blueprints of cottages with country views. All my very good friends, the neighbors say that they've been watching little things I do. And they perceive that I love you. So I suggest that you should marry me. Then there's a very friendly fellow who prints all the latest real estate news. And every day he sends me blueprints of cottages with country views. All my very good friends, the neighbors say that they've been watching little things I do. And they perceive that I love you. So I suggest that you should marry me.
When you're alone, who cares for starlit skies? When you're alone, the magic moonlight dies. At break of dawn, there is no sunrise. When your lover has gone. What lonely hours the evening shadows bring. What lonely hours with memories lingering like faded flowers. Life can't mean anything when your lover has gone. danced all night. I could have danced all night and still have begged for more. I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I've never done before. I'll never know.
Item number 7, 329 East Cannon Perdido Street. It's for second concept review. Comments only. Project requires an environmental assessment and staff hearing officer review for requested interior fronts, setback, and open yard modifications. Project was last reviewed on October 21st, and the minutes reflected this motion from that meeting. Continued 2 weeks with comments. The Commission finds the modification supportable, but prior to recommendation to staff hearing officer, it would like to see a modulation of the size bulk scale with reduction in height and a finessing of the architecture to be more compatible with the Historic Landmark Commission guidelines. Reduce the height of the roof over the living room along with the amount of glass on the south elevation. And the third comment was, the Commission requests a photo simulation from the building to the west and from El Caserio. Action was by Lavoie, seconded by Mahan. Schallenberg and Winnick were absent. Motion carried. Please introduce yourselves and make your presentation.
Hi, Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning.
John Beecham from 11 Modern.
Great. You might want to put your mic just a little closer. Okay, go ahead.
Great. So I'll start off. The first thing I want to go through here is, since height's a concern, and we did cover height in neighborhood context a little bit last time, but I wanted to really get into it a little bit more. I was already out taking photos for the views of El Caserio that you guys wanted, and at the same time, it really struck me what was around. I figured I'd do another set of photos on heights in the immediate neighborhood. So I want to walk through that really quick. Make sure this gets on TV.
It's there.
If maybe they could zoom
They
in.
just did.
There we go. So what I did is this is our block right here, and there's our project site, and I've put a little indicator of what's shown in each photo just so you can see the relationship to where we are. So there's our block and the site, and this is just looking at our site from straight across. And again, this is the project right at the corner, which is a 3-story project that I actually built back in the early 2000s. This is the 1986 or 87 structure that our neighbor built, and then here's our project right here. And then here's another view of that, sort of more from the street, what you experience when you're on that side of the sidewalk. And again, I want you to look at the heights here. I mean, here we start here at 3 stories, and we continue pretty much at that height going across, and that's what you experience right here next to our site. So going up the street just a little bit, this is right on the other side of the driveway for El Caserio, and we've got this office building. I think the total height on this office building is probably right around 30 feet or so to the ridge, maybe 29. This building is about the same height as the overall height of our building that's proposed, and this is 2 properties down from us, 2 doors down. As you continue up, there a real prominent building in the neighborhood, a really nice looking building, is this one on the corner here, where Zurin Architects used to be. Mm-hmm. And again, this building is probably 40 feet in height to the ridge. 2 stories, but it's got very high plates. It's a spectacular building if you've ever been inside it. Right across the street from that, again, here's our site, right across the street. This is getting into a more urban setting, but this is definitely perceived in the neighborhood, and here we're into some really serious heights, and this is a project that your board recently looked at and approved that I think Jeff Shelton did. But that's, these are all multi-story buildings, all much taller than anything we're talking about doing on our site. And then as you come back down our street, immediately across from us, we've got this, which is a 2-story office building. It was really hard to capture it. I had to do a panoramic to try to get this whole building, but the whole thing is essentially 2-story elevations at 0 setback. And it's also about the same height as what we're proposing on this site. So at the last hearing, when the board or members of the board made comments that, you know, a 30 plus or minus foot tall building was out of character with the neighborhood, we're having a hard time seeing that. I mean, there's a lot of buildings right here in the immediate neighborhood that are that height or taller, and there are some that are shorter, but 30 feet is certainly not, you know, sticking up or way above the norm in that neighborhood. It's right within it, and it's, I don't think that the 30-foot height is a crazy deviation from what's going on around there, and I think these photos pretty well demonstrate that. So then Phil had talked about showing views of El Caserío. I also think Kellum DeForest had mentioned, you know, how critical of a landmark that is. And I had said, well, you know, they're not really in the same context. And so Phil had asked for some photos of that. So I went out and shot some of these. So this is looking up the block of East Cannon Perdido Street towards El Caserío. You've got to go across the street to even have the potential to see it in the same view as our site. There's our project, and if you look really, really carefully through these trees, you can see the chimney of the first El Caserío structure next to the street. But these two properties are not really present in the same view from the street. This is looking the opposite way down the street. So this is the El Caserío driveway where you really see the El Caserío project, but in that view, you can't see our project site because of the existing vegetation and just the angles and intervening structures. We're way down here somewhere. I think you can see a little bit of the pink of our wall right there. Then the question was, well, what were the views of our site from the public in El Caserío? So this is from El Caserío Street, and this is looking directly at our site through the tallest part of our structure. I swear that's what this is, but we're back there somewhere behind this structure in El Caserío. But of course, if you're standing in front of a 2-story structure in El Caserío, you're not going to see a structure on our site unless it's a 5 or 6-story structure. This is another view in El Caserío, a little bit further up that street, closer to where they have the garden, sort of looking back towards our site. And again, our site's over this way, and you just can't see our site. You're not going to see anything on our site from El Caserío. It's geometrically impossible. Then down, if you go to Laguna Street, if you look up towards our project site in El Caserío, you can't see either. That's the other elevation of the project on the corner, full 3-story elevation again. Then this is the little house that's set up next to it, and El Caserío and our project site are both back behind here. And if you really, really look hard and you know what you're looking for, and you go up the street and you look right down this driveway, back inside the leaves of this tree, if you look really hard, you can see part of a house in El Caserío, but I think it's a stretch to say that that's context. And that's also looking across part of our site, which is going to remain an open space, this part of our site. So what we built here is not directly relevant to that view of El Caserío, if you would really call that a view. So that's what I wanted to address, and then I'm going to let John go through the specifics and how we address the architectural changes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, just that was a good presentation. To get our context.
You're going to have to bring the microphone close.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So again, we have a unusual shaped lot. As you can see, we're 32 on the front, but it goes to 16 on the back. So our building envelope is what you see here. So this is, again, the overall portion of the site. You just saw these, just to tie these together. So this is existing residence that you're seeing here. adjacent garage, adjacent garage. This is down the street where we were just kind of seeing how, this is what we're.
So what's this, an island?
Working in the context, and, some pretty imposing facades here, just over the sidewalk. What we're proposing again is stepping things back, but just to kind of show kind of the comparison of the heights that we were working for. And this is directly across the street from our building site. And again, this one's just up the street. So these are just kind of some of the context, again, to kind of go along with what Jared had been saying, that just what's in the immediate area. I wanted to point out just a few things while we have this drawing. This is a view taken from inside the back. So here's the neighboring structure across here. Our parapet height is just above this existing line. So we're trying to show with this that we're not even above this chimney cap. We don't from the back side. So we'll get into like that in this section. And this is a view from the back looking up. So at the back portion of this project is this tower and a sloping portion of their roof. So we'll talk about that with the section. But the questions we were asked were to reduce the overall height and work on the massing of the project.
So A3.0.
So just to kind of orient you very quickly, again, Canon Perdido sidewalk. We have a subterranean garage. Grade is actually on this level, so we have a little over 10 feet, about 10 feet from existing natural grade to sidewalk. This is why we haven't to dig in to get the garage to work. So the living area is above the garage. So we have a living room area, and this is where the volume space is. And then this is our two-story component from this line back. Again, Canon Perdido sidewalk. So the setbacks, we have 5 feet for the face of the garage. Then it steps back to 10 for the building. And then we've tried to pull back in other areas to help balance this.
So A3.1.
So the second level is we'd come upstairs to just kind of a loft that's able to look down into the open volume of the living room below and the master suite. And this is our roof plan. So we have a tile roof. We've been able to drop this portion of the roof. Is a good suggestion from the board, and we were studying that. So we've been able to pull it down over the stair, but we've been able to lower the slope of the roof. We went from a 4 and 12 to 3.5 and 12. And I'm going to come to the overall context again, but I'd like to have the board look at section A 5.0. So here is where we were able to take that portion over the stair and reduce its height. So we took that down several feet, and we were able to get that out, make that work. So it works up over the stair. The spring line is, of course, how the ceiling works here, and keeping that roof pitch consistent with the other side. As we step to the next page is a section looking the same direction, but in the living room portion. So again, there that outline is the stairs beyond. This is that line that we were just discussing on A5.0. We've tried a lot of ways to get this height different, but what I wanted to bring to the board's attention is if a person is on this loft, we would never ask them to look at a header condition. So the line of sight needs to pass under this. Some great examples we have in town are the Meridian Studios, where they have a loft condition, and I'm fortunate enough my office is there, so I know the space very well. And studying how a lot of those spaces worked, the eye is never forced down. You look out. Now that one is almost at ceiling height. But what I did was trying to get this as low as we can, somewhat comfortable. I have lowered this head to just over 6 feet off of floor. So it's not going to the ceiling height that's in the bedroom. Still trying to bring that down again to pull that volume down. But I just wanted to, again, just architecturally, we would never ask someone to be forced, pull their eye down so strong. But we wanted to take the board's comments, into consideration and work through that. So what we've been able to do is to go to, we can start with the A4.0.
So A4.0.
So we've been able to take that volume that's relating to what's happening inside of the structure with that stair portion, pull that volume down, tuck it in just a little bit. I've extended this enough so that the rake line can kind of start to overlap with the fireplace chimney element. So we can start to get some, break down that massing on the corner. Then a question was to reduce the amount of glazing. And so since our head height's kind of locked, what we've done is kind of made our head from the doors to the window wider so we can reduce the amount of glazing that way. So we've made these windows smaller by pulling this line up, and we reduced the overall width. So we were wider, and now we've been able to pull in this volume. So what I'd like to show is also how that's working is a great tool that was kind of shown to us, where you can start to see how the depths of the structure start to really work. That's difficult in just a 2D drawing. So our red is the portion that's on our property line, it's just inside. We have an element that's on this front that's slightly overhanging the garage, and I can go into that, but that's at 3.5. The garage face wall is at 5 feet back from property line. This wall is at 8.5 feet. Then we step back to 10 feet for this volume that's in the blue. This portion is, we bring people up the stairs and then enter into the side of the home. That's at 18 feet back. And then this wall is actually at 26 feet back. So I feel like what was kind of making things complicated earlier was not understanding that depth. And this was a great tool that kind of helped us understand what we're perceiving as a volume from the street is much smaller. So again, in context, neighboring roof. So this is the parapet behind, and that's and what you're seeing here is kind of the portion I showed before in that photo where it's slipping back.
Okay.
So that the other element that's changed was trying to we've added a lot more detail on here on our drawings to give the indication of where we're talking about, like the ironwork railings and how some of these details could start to play. And then at that entry, we've given that an arch element and an ironwork railings to lighten it. We studied how some wood portions might look, but it started to feel too heavy. So by going with the ironwork, we can really lighten this overall feel. And I'd like to point out, this is the view of the side of this. So here's the existing roof line of our neighbor. Here's where we've lowered this portion over the stair, and this is the part that you're seeing here beyond. And again, that's how the fireplace chimney is working. So it turned out nice. Our southwest elevation shows how the dash line or the stairs coming in off the street entry. Ironwork railing on a small little deck off of the master bedroom up here. So one thing we did, we were looking at this as being a straight parapet before, but now bringing this line up, we bring your eye back down. So it kind of helps, again, to visually to help pull this height back down. And we wanted to present a tile roof to that southwest face. This is that parapet line I was discussing before, and that chimney element is about right in here. And it's not a true chimney, it's a faux chimney. It's got some kind of electronic element in it, so I don't think we're blocking someone. This is the back side of the house that's facing that narrow 16-foot yard. I have to say, this juncture, I think there's a few little corner conditions on the back side of the house that still need to work through a little closer. So again, just to reiterate, our grade is at 10 feet, so we're kind of locked in with that. We tried to sink the garage. That doesn't work. We just don't have the depths. And we've kept all the volumes very tight inside already. We do have a 9-foot ceiling in the kitchen and bedroom. Mm-hmm. And if it's one of those cases, if I can gain anything out of this structure, I'm happy to pull those lines down. But we have to be work within that structure. Mm-hmm. And then we discussed this. Mm-hmm. So again, the point that we want to make is our high point is 26 feet back from the property line is our ridge, and our front elevation is 10 feet back.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
There's
pictures of the studio.
Yes.
So you're going to show us more pictures?
Yeah, we like pictures.
So here's an example of
just show us
a lot of glazing. Some examples we have in town. Right. This is right around the corner from the project. And the Meridian, again, how from the loft spaces in here, they're not forcing your eye down. You're out.
You covered it. You guys are starting to get repetitive, so unless there's something burning that you have to present.
Well, we were asked to present what is the height from El Caserio.
Okay.
So this is, the neighbors are gracious enough to, we're trying to work with them and understand their relationship. This is from their deck. Mm-hmm. This dark line is where we are. So we're not impeding anything on the Riviera view, certainly not the mountain view. If I can go to the...
this is a view study photograph from El Caserio.
From private view.
Got it.
From here. So this point where our ridge is just above, but our front elevation is well below. Mm-hmm. So that was that study to show.
Can I see that?
Sure. Yes, sir. And then we were asked to kind of do a study from a street view. And here's how we feel like we fit in. And so if there's any questions on that. There's one small other item is we've been introducing in more planter areas so that we can start to soften this element.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And we have quite a few public comment speakers, so we're going to open public comment. I'm going to ask the speakers to stay within 2.5 minutes, and I guess I'll start with one and then tell people who's next up. So we'll start with Mr. DeForest. So you can start, and next will be Joe Matisha.
Oh. I don't know why this building just doesn't look good to me personally, architecturally. It's not the Meridian Studios. And I am concerned. There were lots of information that it has been lowered, but in feet, the number of feet that it was lowered has not been revealed. The applicant just said it had been lowered, and it looks, to my view, very much the same. I think he needs a more harmonious design. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeForest. Mr. Matisha, please come up. There's usually an extra, yeah, thank you, Mr. Gorin, that's fine. Did any one of those mics near you? It's not on.
It is.
It is? Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
My name is Joseph Matisha. I'm, let you know, I'm in full support of the project, and I have kind of a prejudice toward it. I own a property on Carrillo in the same block, but in the middle of Carrillo, just north of there, northeast, northwest. And I'm interested in it because my lot, your lot is 32, my lot's only 28 feet wide. And I've owned it for 36 years, I think. And I plan on trying to do the same thing there with modifications. I've always tried to buy the house or the lot next door, and it's always slipped through my fingers, so I would have ended up with a lot that's 68 feet wide by 100 feet deep. And now I have a 28 feet wide by 100 feet, and I am going to loom over.
You need to stay near the mic. And also, if you don't mind, speak to this project. So.
Okay. No, I am in full support because I would like to follow in its footsteps.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Wendy Foster. Did she just leave the room? Okay, so she'll be back. So we will go to Sally Terrell. Ms. Terrell. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sally Terrell, and I live at 321 East Cannon Perdido. I think today, after listening to the presentation, there was a lot of discussion about height and height in the neighborhood and how this building will fit in with the other buildings that are tall. And I think I'm just wondering why that's an asset to the neighborhood. Why does everything have to be as tall as the next building? And why do the buildings have to be rooftop to rooftop? I realize I'm personally invested in this because the house is 2 properties over. I've already been here once before with Mr. Olson when he tried to put through a house equally, if not larger, which was property line to property line. And I think I'm just frustrated and a little heartbroken that it's always about, well, if it's big over there, then it needs to be big here. And I'm not sure that the examples that were used, I wouldn't consider them to be what I would want to use as an example. And I do want to say that El Caserio, I think, is a model. And I don't know why people would want to dismiss it. I think it's beautiful. It speaks to the historical part of Santa Barbara. And I love it. I love it as a model for future plans. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Foster. And then following Ms. Foster will be John Terrell. Welcome.
Hi, Wendy Foster. I live in El Caserio. Can you hear me?
It's on. Yep.
Okay. And except for one example, I think, all of the pictures that they showed as examples of what the neighborhood looked like were, to me, kind of unattractive buildings. That one across the street on Cannon Perdido is dead ugly. It's just a box. It's cheaply made, and you certainly wouldn't want to be like that. And then the other buildings, if you take the picture this way, it looks like, well, everything's big around here. But there is this other thing, as you all know. I'm sure you've all been around there, but gosh darn, it's just, if you buy a small lot, and do you have to maximize your investment? I don't know. I'm not a very good speaker, and I guess that's about it. But
right,
you
well,
get the picture.
We do. Thank you for coming. And next is, as I said, Mr. Terrell, John Terrell.
I am John Terrell. Some people might know me as Jay Thomas. I live by the balcony of what was shown last and wasn't shown first. And I believe the term last time was you thought that this neighborhood, the architecture should have a poetry to it. Well, today was like a Grimm's fairy tale. It was very apologetic. They lowered it or something or other. The project is ugly. And the house that was talked about at the edge of Laguna and Canon Perdido, it's part of the Gelsification of our neighborhoods. It looks just like a Gelson's or a CVS, and if ever they want to knock it down, the historic lands, whatever this is not going to worry about it. And then some other horrifying buildings were shown. The poetry of this block is El Caserio. When the Browns remodeled across the street, we didn't have this problem. When the Craddocks remodeled across the street, we did not have this problem. When Miss Blair, who is a world-renowned interior designer and architect, came into El Caserio, we immediately accepted the plans and the fact that the poetry of this area is going to be maintained. They want it big. They want it to fill the lot. They want it tall. It will block our view. And that's what they want. And so you guys can give it to them if you want to. But if there really is this so-called poetry in this architecture, there are other places, Thousand Oaks for one. This house would go fantastic. And I understand why you build homes like that in Thousand Oaks. And this also would be a terrific drugstore. But it is not for the neighborhood. And it's not for the neighborhood because it doesn't have, it's not fun. It's not interesting. And El Caserio is El Caserio. And that whole block, and even the little bed and breakfast around the corner, is absolutely adorable. And then you have a behemoth right next to it that somebody proudly here built. Well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think that is all of the public comment. Thank you. So we'll close the public comment and come back to the commission. And we'll start with Commissioner Schallenberger. This is questions.
Come back to me, please.
I'll do this before we finish the other. Certainly. Wait, I'm just going to do this. Go ahead. They're in the order that they spoke. Commissioner Vania.
At this time.
This is questions. Commissioner Lavoie.
A few. Am I understanding the drawings that there is a railing floating on top of this wall?
That's correct.
That's fine.
Oh.
Okay, this is a better sheet.
So that.
Yeah.
So
No excuses. Just
no excuse.
Just answer, please. Just a brief answer. I also am reading the drawings that actually this wall goes through, and there shouldn't be a line here. That this comes through here and comes down, and that this railing comes to here and comes there, so you're going to need a handrail coming down this side and coming down this side.
Correct.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Oh, that was easy. Okay, Commissioner Mahan, questions? You don't. Yeah, I guess the one question I want to have, since so much discussion was made about heights, is I understand that you spoke that this portion of roof above the stair was lowered from the previous presentation. Was this front elevation, the part that's over the loft space, was that lowered? And what was the elevation before in terms of height, and what is it currently being proposed?
On this section. So,
I think we're talking over here. Oh, okay. You're showing
so
from the back
our
side.
ridge point is 22.2, so we're 32.2 to the ridge.
Mm-hmm.
The front elevation to plate is 27.
And how does that compare with before?
And you lowered that whole front thing from the first one.
This point was only able to kind of get it about 4 inches lower. The ridge we were able to get lower by changing the pitch.
To the 3.5 to 12.
That way.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And again,
You answered my question.
Okay,
I just wanted to find out what the delta was. Thank you. Okay. No more questions. We'll go to comments. I think I'll start with you, Commissioner Mahan.
Okay. I still feel that it's too big, but looking at it more carefully this time than last time, I think that...
I'll tell you. You're on mute. Okay.
Looking at it more carefully this time than last time, I think that maybe the problem, it's exacerbated, the bigness is exacerbated by the architecture, which I feel is very busy. And you talk about the Meridian Studios. I mean, the Meridian Studios are so simple. If it was simplified, can I have the pointer? Do we have the pointer?
No, we don't. Here, let me
You can use a pen.
I want it back.
I'm looking behind
for instance, this variety of railings here is unfortunate as far as I'm concerned. The vertical line, I mean, we say it's too big, and what makes it too big? Well, part of what makes it too big is all of these vertical lines. I think this is especially unfortunate in terms of this verticality. That if some of these things overhung, if there was some horizontality to it, that would help. I wish this little thing wrapped around and we got away from that, and this maybe locked in here a little bit. I wish that your floor-to-floors inside were 8 feet or 8.6 instead of 9. I mean, if you're really struggling to lower this down, thanks for the 3.5, 3.5 to 12 slope. That helps, but. All of this is it's so complex. This balcony bothers me. I think it's a worthless balcony, and it just adds to the verticality of it. This archway is, I don't know how that fits into the scheme of things. So the architecture's not helping at all to reduce the apparent height. I think the real height could be reduced more by lowering your floor to floors. But what's the floor to floor on this here on the garage?
10 feet.
10 feet. In my house, my garage ceiling is 7 feet because I wanted to keep the house low.
But that's the difference between the grade and the grade. That's what's setting it.
Okay, all right. But what I'm just saying is I just don't think that you're trying hard enough to reduce the height. I have a problem with the height. I think it's the real height is a problem, but also the architecture, the design of the architecture is not helping to express horizontality. And so I think you have two problems that you've got to deal with before I could support this project.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lavoie.
I would echo all of those comments. I would add that this is too contemporary an approach to Hispanic architecture in the district. There are elements that are just not appropriate at all. And the project suffers from that. I said it lacked poetry. It totally lacks poetry. These buildings that are on Plaza Rubio, down by the Mission, spend an afternoon there sketching. All of these buildings they couldn't be simpler. They couldn't be more rustic. They couldn't have more poetry. And any one of them is as tall as what you're proposing on the pediment. But look at how they modulated scale by what isn't there. It's not Hispanic architecture is not about applied decoration of a certain style. It's about stripping a building down to absolutely nothing and then putting one gorgeous piece of jewelry on it. It's not using every rail in the book. It's using one rail, or no rail at all, a very simple parapet to define a box. And that is Hispanic architecture. And you're suffering from this sort of trying to make it look Spanish without the guts of it being Spanish. It needs to have a Spanish skeleton before you can apply any amount of decoration on it. So, in summary, the architecture is not appropriate in the district, period.
Okay. Commissioner
I have
Vania.
nothing else to add.
Okay. Commissioner Schallenberg.
Yeah, just I think on with the massing, even just looking at the numbers, it's sort of like there's opportunity to reduce height and massing. Sorry. There's an opportunity to reduce height and massing just in the dimensions and numbers. I mean, an 8-foot plate in the upper floor was thrown out as an example, but a 17-foot high plate line for the front portion of the building, that number alone jumps out as extremely high and lends the idea that there is a possibility for reduction there. And I think what's happening is there's one element of the program that's driving this massing, and it's this sight line through the loft. And I think without that programmatic feature, you wouldn't even have a problem. I mean, you could just reduce that front great room even to a 12-foot plate height. That would change this thing dramatically. I mean, you could use the rear parapet of the flat roof as your ridge line and drop everything down. Without that sight line header is your problem there. But I mean, I'm even thinking if the front was changed to be just a one-story and even a 10-foot plate, something to give it a great room effect, and that loft would have a window at the face of that wall of, a new exterior wall or something, you would achieve a large setback, lowered massing, and still have sight out of there. I mean, I just think that there are more options available to this massing study. And I mean, all the comments on architecture and have been made. The only thing that jumped out at me was I didn't really feel like the garage needed to sort of mimic the adjacent property. The fenestration of your building doesn't have the fenestration of the adjacent building, and I would suggest something different at the garage. But I think there's an opportunity to get the same effect, but with a more sensitive massing to the neighborhood. And then I noticed one technical item here on your modifications request. I don't know if we need to comment on that in the concept review, but
might as well.
Well, just the language of it. We were talking about a reduction in open yard area from a minimum 20 foot by 20 foot. It's not really that, and I don't think people know this, but it's really a 1,250 square foot with a 20-foot minimum.
Not in the zone district.
Oh, it's okay.
It's different.
All right.
Yeah.
Retract that. Sorry. I think that was one other red mark in here somewhere. No, it had to do with the ridge height.
All right. Well,
Mr. Chair, I have one more comment.
Sure.
Just to follow up on these height things. I'm looking at the section on A5.1. The loft, and I know that you want to keep this sight line out. I can understand that. This loft really, the balcony or whatever you want to call it, would not really have to be at the same level as the master bedroom. You could step up one step, or maybe a couple of steps. You could lower that down, and that would lower that sight line down, and that might help you with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm also just going back to the minute of the agenda. We didn't actually, in your presentation, we didn't talk about the interior front setbacks and open yard modifications. So I'm just going to ask, is this something that you need comments from the board on?
We did last time.
So that was covered,
It was covered.
satisfactorily? Okay, good enough. Any other comments? I basically could just echo the comments that I've heard already. I don't think I need to add any additional ones. I could summarize the comments, and then we could pass a motion, which this is, again, a concept review that we're still waiting for the environmental assessment to be completed. So what I heard was reduce the floor-to-floor heights, so, go back and restudy the plate heights in order to lower the height of the building. For instance, reducing ceilings from 9 foot to 8'6". That the architectural style and expression is too vertical. It doesn't have enough horizontality. That it's also too complicated. It doesn't have the simplicity of the Spanish colonial architecture. That this architecture is too appropriate. Too contemporary. Not appropriate for the district. That lacks poetry. That the front room with a 17-foot plate height, perhaps that could be thoroughly reconsidered. That it doesn't necessarily have to be that tall, and perhaps having a lower, much lower, say 10-foot plate height at the front might be more successful. And that related to the idea of more sensitive massing, and that also restudy the garage door fenestration. Does anybody else have anything else they want to add to that? I think we covered it. Okay, that's good. And I need somebody to make a motion.
Do you want 2 weeks or longer?
2 weeks.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd move a 2-week continuance with those comments.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Lavoie, seconded by Mahan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions, opposed? Nope. Okay, great. Thank you. And move this on. And we're going to, thank you. That'll go back to Ms. Kaufman. We'll reopen the prior agenda items so we can read those. Thank you for finding them. So do we have to vote to reopen an item, or can I just do it?
Yeah, I think we should.
All right, well, I would like a vote to reopen item number 6, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, item number 6, 530 Chapala. Have a motion?
So moved.
Great. And all in favor? Aye. Great.
Reopen.
Pardon me? Who seconded?
I did.
Mahan. Thank you.
Reopen the issue to add the following items in the, I guess, comments.
Yes.
Or
well, in the motion.
In the motion.
In the motion.
Making the following findings: that the proposed development complies with all provisions of this title, which I'm looking for a number.
It's 28.
28.85.040. That the proposed development is consistent with the principles of sound community planning, and the proposed development will not have a significant adverse impact upon the community's aesthetics or character, in that the size, bulk, or scale of the development will be compatible with the neighborhood based on the project compatibility analysis criteria found in sections 22.22.145 or 22.68.045 of this code, and it came to pass. D, the proposed development is consistent with the policies of the City of Santa Barbara Traffic Management Strategy as approved by City Resolution number 13-010, which I have not read, dated as of March 12, 2013, as expressed in the allocation allowances specified in SBMC section 28.85.050, which I have also not read, ordinance 5609, adopted in 2013. Period.
Thank you, Commissioner Lavoie. Yes, so I'm assuming since you were the maker of the motion, you're accepting this, and I believe you second?
I'm accepting it too.
Thank you.
I think the world is a much better place now.
I hope we have preserved Santa Barbara for future generations.
So, all in favor? Aye. Motion passed. Amended motion, or the motion as amended passes. Thank you. Well, thank you for searching that document out.
Yes, thank you.
All right, well, so now that we've had our what do you call that?
Laugh.
There was a word I was trying to find. I can't find it. But anyway, there's a different kind of comedy. What do you call that comedy? Anyway, item number 8. This is our last item, and we've got the last item ran long, so you guys are ready to roll. So 1020 Chapala Street. This is a concept review only. The project does require an environmental assessment. So anyway, please introduce yourself and make your presentation.
Yes, Richard Six from LMA Architects, and with me I have Brad Davis, the Assistant General Manager of MTD, and the Honorable Bob Cunningham, Landscape Architect.
Our presiding is Mr. Campbell.
Stick around long enough.
Wow.
So we're delighted to bring this to you. This is the refurbishing of the very tired transit center on Chapala. So we are going to be extensively redoing a lot of the finishes.
I apologize. Staff would like to interject for 1 second. For public benefit, would you mind reading the project description?
Certainly. Okay. Proposal for exterior renovations at the existing Santa Barbara Metropolitan Transit District Bus Depot. Proposed changes include accessibility improvements, removal and replacement of the concrete drive, right-of-way improvements, removal and replacement of the bus loading areas, updated landscaping, window glazing replacement, new window configurations, new condenser units, mechanical equipment, screening, additional minor site work, and replacement site furnishings. Now you don't need to present. No,
Yes.
Just teasing. No, I understand. I'm supposed to do that. Go for it.
So if I may go through the
goodbye
the finishes and so forth that we're going to do. So the first item is on the site plan. We are going to, well, as you know, and the photographs are on the last page if we need to go there, but most of the surfaces are tired, they're cracked, they're dirty. The windows are consistently scratched with graffiti and so forth and so on. So this will be a complete refreshment of the total project of all the surfaces. So one of the major things we're going to do is remove and replace in like all the concrete bus driveway. There's not material that works as best as for this significant heavy use. So the gray concrete will be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not anything that we could do there. We are, and why Bob is here, we're going to be refurbishing and replacing all of the landscape in the areas that the MTD is responsible for. We will be replacing this is called the dock loading area. Mm-hmm. And we are, right now, it's a concrete with a tile, and we are going to replace, right now we have replaced, we're considering placing the tile with brick pavers with a dry joint. Mm-hmm. It's successfully cleaned on State Street and so forth, and I think that's a good way to go. We are still debating whether, and I think the consensus right now is to completely do the whole loading area mm-hmm. with the brick instead of the original demarcations and so forth. So it would be continuous brick throughout. There is a small area here of landscape. Again, it's tired. One of the interior program changes is that there is right now there's a bus driver separate restroom from the public. Well, we currently ADA all the ADA bus drivers that we have to have, we need a separate entry for 2 restrooms, one for regular drivers and one for the accessible drivers. So we've had to open up, we are intending to open up this area here to more glazing, so we're accessing that through this area. So we are considering, we need to take out the planting material there, and we have struggled with how to do that, but the best operational solution is to completely keep it open so there's no barriers and loitering and so forth and so on. So we're suggesting that that also be flat and reduce that on-grade planting area to a 3-foot high planter box here that would, Bob has some perfect plants to bring some very aesthetic value to that area. Along with that, we're completely redoing all the furnishings, new iron benches, new recyclables and trash bins. We also have a very poor area over here, which is the condensers. You know where I'm speaking.
Well, I'm laughing because you're terribly apologetic.
Well, it's been. I don't mean to offend you.
I'm the one who did it.
But he's trying to justify his
We like to look for the poetry in a building.
Yeah. So we're getting some. Here's some poetry.
Comic relief is what I was trying to come up with before.
There was a need to add some condensing units, so the solution was to bring in a wrought iron gate to show off those lovely condensers. So our solution is to increase and have a solid wall and solid gate in there. So here is that ADA configuration for the handicapped bus drivers, and the opening of that. A few other minor ADA issues for curb ramps and so forth. On the
actually, it's an ADA. You're not. Just so you know, you're in trouble on that one.
So in elevations, obviously we're keeping the basic iconic image of the building, and right now, if you are aware, there are several different types of fenestration, especially of glazing. Like if the main entry. I have these organized right here. So here's the main entry from Chapala. Here's the double gates, double doors. But here, this is all solid glazed. It's a spandrel panel. It has an opaque screen behind it. Obviously, to have privacy. And the trick is that all of these are fairly medium bronze glass, so you really are not aware of that subtlety. So we plan to use that and continue that idea in a few areas that we are changing in the front.
So we're in A4.0.
So here's those same entry doors. There is a slight rearrangement of this. This door is flipped over, but we're still going to use that opaque film in that regular driver's restroom. There is a dire need, and there's already existing some sunscreen film on this north.
No, it says south.
Yeah, southwest elevation where the sun beams in. These are quite high. So we want to make that consistent in its theme and add that screening to these areas. There is a need. So, and then flipping over, this is the new opening for the handicapped drivers. And right now it's divided such as similar to this here, with a concrete sill and 2 windows. We will take that concrete sill out and accommodate the entry to that restroom. And then on the southwest elevation, they're introducing some real-time monitors for bus schedules and announcements and so forth. So our plan, a very difficult solution to find where to house these things in the existing buildings. So what we're doing is in 2 areas on the northwest and on the southwest, we'll be placing the monitors on the inside facing out, on the inside face of the glass facing out, and then have a shadow box behind it. So it will be all dark and correspond to the glazing and so forth, but it will have the announcements and digitally of the schedules and so forth. So that will happen on the southwest. It will happen on the north and on the northwest. Let's see what else. Oh, on the north elevation, or the backside opposite the front, the electrical meter and gear switch box is interior to the building, very unsatisfactory. So we'll be bringing a closet out to the front and out to the outside of the building. Right here. Right now it's deep in the bowels of the building. We're bringing that out and treating this as that opaque, dark screen behind the glass. So here are the monitors, 1, 2, and 3. Here's the ADA. Here's that change, and then the other major exterior change would be the full screening of the condenser units with plaster and a solid door and so forth. Then the other thing that we are in the midst of conversation about between operations and so forth is the height of this new planter wall here, and it's been decided that the best for operations is to have this about a 3-foot high planter. The ratios of the mature plants and so forth work better. They're just struggling with trying to get enough space for the buses and the pedestrians to pass. Oh, we are going to be, there's 2 proposals, and we're still discussing this, and we wanted to throw this out to discuss. The building is, as you know, sandblast concrete, which is very difficult to keep clean, gets grimy and so forth easily. So the one option is to sandblast all the surfaces and bring them back to almost their former selves. The other consideration by management is to stucco these with plaster, and much easier to paint and keep clean. So that I want to get your feedback on. Roof will be cleaned. The wood fascia on the roof is 2x or thicker wood material that started to cup and so forth. We'll be replacing and repairing all of that. I think it's time for the Honorable Bob Cunningham.
Let's do some landscape. The next page. And come after climate. Yep, here we go. Okay.
With the exception of 2 masses of pink India hawthorn at these locations, we're proposing to replace all the planting. We also have 1 large Canary Island pine that will remain in place. The plantings along the edge have been sheared for, since the beginning of the project, and part of what we're trying to do is cut down on maintenance costs. So what we are proposing here will not require shearing. It's all plants that should stay within the bounds of the planters without needing to be controlled. At 2 locations, this entrance and this one, we're proposing a kind of a spiny-leafed Mahonia, which we hope will deter people from gathering in these planters and standing around and doing whatever they want to do, smoking. Elsewhere along the edges, a combination of Dianella flex lily as the main ground cover with kangaroo paw accents at the columns, shown here, and Gulfstream Nandina heavenly bamboo in between on the fence panels. The heavenly bamboo will get up to a height that'll provide some screening, but we're not really proposing to completely screen this site from the site next door. Cars here, buses here. It's not much point in hiding either one from the other.
Yeah, it's safer not to.
So the hope is that this will simply be an easily maintained, attractive and colorful landscape on the edges. In this section along here, basically because it gets a lot of cross foot traffic, we're proposing just to have the Dianella, which is a fairly tough ground cover, and fingers crossed it will resist the abuse that it's likely to get. Didn't really want to put an armed plant in there just because you do that and then somebody gets stabbed on the way through. And it's problematic. In this corner here, we've got 1 gap in the pink India hawthorn, so we're proposing to plant a large one. Hopefully, we can find a 36-inch box that will come close to filling this space, and just essentially finishing off that planter. And in this area here under the pine, because we wanted to get a plant that would do well under the pine and compete with the pine roots, we're proposing asparagus ground cover, which is documented to be fairly good at competing with tree roots when planted under trees. So that's the other plant in the perimeter. In the raised planter, the narrow-leaf bird of paradise, 3 of those, and the ground cover would be the prostrate crassula. Again, all of our choices here meet the city's low water use requirements, and again, fingers crossed we've selected the right plants for the right places, and we'll have some success.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll assume that completes the presentation?
Yes, it does.
Great, thank you. I'll open public comment. We have Mr. DeForest has a speaker slip in. Mr. DeForest. Thank you.
Yes. I gather the multi-story transit depot that was proposed a number of years ago has been officially abandoned. That's question number 1. And then when was the depot built, and is it now 50 years old and therefore historic? And since it's being remodeled, maybe not enough, should it now conform to EPV guidelines? It's certainly not hardly a Spanish building. Also, have new advances in bus design been factored in? Because I know buses are changing size and shape. And I like those articulated buses. Do they fit, or do they need to be made to fit? Also, are these visible transit schedules, are they just inside the building, or are they going to be visible from the street? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeForest. Seeing no more public speaker slips, I'll close public comment, and I will comment that you asked, not maybe I don't have quite as many questions, but I feel like you're doing the commission's work, so you asked a few of the questions that came to my mind, so thank you. I'll open it up to questions to the commission, and likely somebody will ask one of those same questions, and if not, I will.
Any questions, but I think my recollection is it was built around 1975.
1973.
1973.
So that makes it...
That 75 would make it 25, it would make it 40 years old, so it's about 42 years old.
Yeah. So not historic. Okay, great. It's going to happen more and more. Buildings that we're all going to be appalled that are...
Instead of saying historic, we could say hysteric.
All right. Other questions, Mr. Lavoie?
Who's the architect?
Paul Dicioni.
Oh.
Okay.
Really? Out of town? Local?
No, they were local.
Really?
They were.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Before my time, okay.
Paul had a beautiful house on Anacapa Street. That really redwood kind of goes back.
That's set back?
Yeah, that's his.
Very modern? Yeah, that's a gorgeous
Bill
house.
Hall's house, right?
Yeah, that's his house.
Okay.
Was
Thank
his
you.
house, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only question I have.
Commissioner Pena, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Schallenberg? Questions?
I have a lot of questions. No, I don't have any questions, but I will start comments going back the other way. I would just weigh in on the plaster and sandblasting option. I'm okay with either, actually, but I don't know that the sandblasting and deep cleaning is as much of a problem as it used to be with the impregnable sealers that are out there now. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, so whatever you like.
All right.
If I could just comment real quick on that.
Yeah, please do.
Our plan is to do the sandblasting and to see what it looks like, and we just want to make certain that we're trying to give it a whole fresh look throughout the building and the property, and if it comes clean the way that we'd like it to, then we would be fine with keeping it as it is. And the plaster is an alternative if it just does not seem to come out and look. And right
you
now
need to press your mic
into your.
Well, and just if you do go with the plaster, the texture would be the important thing. You know, a hard steel trowel finish, typical of the EPV buildings.
So I want to ask a few questions. So thanks. It's quite all right. It's quite all right. You elicited another answer to a question, but I do want to go back to Mr. DeForest's question. So, just his first question was that there isn't another proposal coming down the pike for another transit facility, like a multi-story transit facility. That this is going to be it for a long period of time, presumably.
The last time that an alternative was discussed was with the redevelopment agency when it was in place, and it was a joint project with the city and building a parking structure and having retail and other items in there, and that obviously got dropped.
Okay.
And our long-term goal is we probably will need another facility, whether it would be at that location or not. I mean, ideally it would be, but we are pretty much at our max, if not considered to be outgrown for it. But we've been trying to determine if we had any alternatives that we could do for the time being, and we couldn't come up with any, which is the reason why we decided to do a facelift, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because essentially it's the vast majority of the facility and the fixtures and everything in it are 40 years old.
Right. Okay, you answered my question. Next question is the question of it, why not going, like, I don't know if you could be successful, why isn't the building conforming more with the EPV guidelines and being Hispanic now that, I realize you're presenting this as a facelift, but basically looking at the program from the interior, it's a gut renovation. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm seeing new bathrooms, I'm seeing electric rooms moving. I'm thinking from a dollar value, it's pretty much a lot of rebuilding. It's obviously the building envelope stays the same. So I'm just kind of curious why that doesn't find its way, Chip, kind of going into that realm of being to be reworked. I know we've tried this on a gas station recently, and it was a difficult attempt.
If I may.
Yes, by all means, please do.
This is a highly functional, intensely functional building.
Mm-hmm.
With its broad roofs and its circular, hexagonal footprint, so forth. It would really be difficult to see this in a Hispanic. I don't think it would come near to meeting the program requirements.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. I think those are the major ones. Oh, then the traffic, the bus schedules. Those face just to the interior? They're mounted on the windows?
No, the three that there's some additional ones inside, but the three that I noted.
I think it would be helpful to show a plan view.
Oh. Yeah.
Direction there.
So there's
I can tell by your graphics.
There's actually two here.
Right, one facing in.
There's one in the shadow box, and this mullion is incorrectly. That's the lower.
Mm-hmm.
It's the lower portion, but the shadow box is here
Right.
with that monitor facing
Mm-hmm.
out, and this monitor facing in. This monitor faces in. This monitor faces out. And where was the third one? Yeah, there's
one,
there's
2, 3. Right?
There's two inside and two outside.
Yeah. Two outside, two facing
The
out,
interior ones are
and two facing in.
that way and that way.
Yeah.
So this one and that one face out. This one, that one face in.
Got it.
If I might add to that, the purpose of these monitors is that we're in the midst of implementing what's called an AVL program with our buses, and we will be having in the very near future live real-time bus arrival information, and that will be stated on those monitors.
Got it.
The purpose of the location of this one, as you know, there's a lot of bus activity on Chapala right of way. So,
right, that seems like most of it is.
They've been very carefully positioned.
Okay, great.
I'm just
Mr.
curious.
Schauber.
I was looking at your cover page and the exterior wall opening diagrams, and you were using the roof outline. This is just purely my curiosity, but was there some code change that you were no longer compliant with the amount of openings in the building, or why did you have to provide that?
I can't remember now. I think it's that this was considered occupied area.
Right, because they're so deep.
Because they're so deep.
So that affects your
that's
plumbing.
your ratio.
It plays your plumbing
Yeah,
counts.
plumbing counts and protection from property lines and so
Right.
forth. So.
Got it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So much for 20-foot overhangs.
Yeah. There we are. So I'm done with questions. We can go back to comments. We got yours about smooth troweled concrete. If it was a smooth troweled plaster, if in fact it had to go to plaster, with a preference to sandblasting concrete. Commissioner Vania, comments?
I have comments on the landscaping. I thought maybe it's a good time to simplify and just keep it to different types of succulents and just keep empty area, in other words, decomposed granite or some other surface material, and just simplify the overall layout of the facility. I know you're trying to beautify it, make it attractive and so on, but I think in this particular case, the openness of it, I think, would give it more of a spatial quality as opposed to trying to bring it to what we usually do in trying to make it attractive, for lack of a better word, and also trying to get certain types of plants that are selective to minimize traffic through there and so forth. I think traffic is going to keep going any which way you want, and I think if you can gather some plants in, succulents, even if you put some spiky ones or something like that in there, I think they're pretty durable. It would probably cut your water down in half even more, and even if you put in some kind of a tree or Parkinsonia or something in there, that would be low in keeping with the building. These are just thoughts that you might consider.
Okay. Commissioner Lavoie.
Do you have a copy of the guidelines? No, I know you do.
I hope you don't throw that book at me.
It's a lovely
We just got a new one.
Get one. Look at that before you leave. The additions to the building itself are sufficiently minor that I don't think it triggers compliance to the guidelines. Which goes to say that I have a strong preference for keeping the concrete exposed the way it is right now, rather than trying to change it and doing this one little bit of Hispanification, which this building doesn't deserve. It's a unique building. Whether we like it or not is another question. We may like it better in 5 years. But it is a unique architectural expression of its time, and that exposed bush-hammered concrete is part of that artistic expression. I support everything you're doing, but I disagree with Mr. Vania on the landscape. This site can be pretty grim, in overdue need of, refurbishing. That I think any amount of landscape refurbishment will add to the pleasantness of this experience. So I would support the landscape as proposed.
Okay. Commissioner Mayhem.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Lavoie's comments, not specifically the landscaping, but the architecture. I think it is what it is, and should just clean it up and return it to its 1973
glory
condition. It's a little bit of history that we don't want to repeat, but that's where it is. That's what it is, and it's not going to change it. As far as the landscaping goes, I think I agree that it probably should be a little denser than just, some agaves here and there. But I'd leave that up to Mr. Cunningham to his experience will suffice.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll weigh in too. I agree on the architecture. I just wanted to go across that issue of something being Hispanic in the district, just because I feel like we should always at least cover it so people know that we've considered it. I think this building would be a disaster if it became Hispanic. It doesn't have the right proportions. We'd be putting earrings on the pig. No offense to anybody. I just feel it's like it would be so out of character with this building. So I think trying to I'll be censured, right? I think treating the building, restoring it back to what it was first envisioned, and restoring the concrete, sandblasting it, and repairing the wood eaves and all that, I think is the right solution. I think your solutions with the fenestration, keeping in, having to make the modifications to meet current needs, but keeping it the same as what it was, I think is totally appropriate. And in terms of the landscaping, I'd be okay with the landscaping as submitted. I think there's quite a lot of contrast in that parking lot, or no contrast. Let's say there's just a big broad swath of hardscape. So I think having something around it, softening it, is nice, and it's really at the extreme perimeter of the space. So I think the way it's been submitted would be nice. So this was for comments only. So we need to.
On that, I was wondering. I don't know that I'd actually like to see this come back to consent for any future review. I think it's far enough along as far as what we've needed to see. As been mentioned, the improvements are so minor in nature. So I don't know if it says it requires environmental assessment. I guess just looking for exemption. I don't see what environmental.
Ms. Kaufman.
Yeah, just the exemption, and then just verification on the level of stormwater management program compliance that it would have to meet, because most of the changes are underneath the existing roof line, right, for the sidewalks. So it'd just be tier 2 compliance.
Right. So I think consent can handle all of that.
I think we can make comments and say that this is fine coming back on consent. I think that'd be totally fine. So that's great.
When you get a final approval at consent, then that's what it would get.
Yeah, they would get project design approval and final approval at consent.
That would be appealable.
That would be appealable. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. You're asking because you're doing consent. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Great. So we have the comments, which we could summarize and say, do you want to just take a stab?
Okay. Well, I'll start with, I'll make a motion for an indefinite continuance to the consent calendar.
Perfect.
Beginning with the primary comment that there is insufficient change to the building to require compliance to HLC guidelines.
I'll second that.
Wait, he's not done.
I'm pausing and catching my breath and thinking that the proposed changes to the building are appropriate and has the support of the commission, and that the landscape plan is generally acceptable.
Could we add one? Could we add one comment also that there is a preference for the sandblasting of the concrete rather than plaster?
Sorry, can you say that one more time? Preference for sandblasting?
For sandblasting of the concrete.
Well, I don't know if that was I think it said to water blast or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, clean.
To clean.
There's to deep clean the existing concrete.
Good work.
That's second.
Okay, great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Thank you,
opposed?
gentlemen.
Any abstentions? Motion passes. Note that this is going to consent, so even though your motion passed, it's continued. Okay, because it sounded like design approval, but it's not. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard, new book on Mary and James Craig. Have you seen it?
No.
There's a copy down here. It's gorgeous.
Thank you, guys.
Tell them we're ready to go. I'm going to pull up right here.
It's a heartache either way, but beautiful. And I'm thinking, if you were mine, I'd never let you go. And that would be but beautiful, I know. Love is tearful or it's gay. Yes, it's a problem or it's play. It's a heartache either way, oh, but so beautiful. And I'm thinking, if you were mine, I'd never let you go. And that would be but beautiful, I know. I'd go from rags to riches if you would only say you care. And though my pockets may be empty, I'd be a millionaire just like Elton.
My clothes may still be torn and tattered, but in my heart I'd still be king. Your love is all that ever matters. It's everything.
So open your arms and you'll open the door to every treasure that I'm hoping for.
Hold me and kiss me and tell me you're mine evermore.
Must I forever be a beggar
whose golden dreams will not come true?
Or will I go from rags to riches? My fate is up to you. Must I forever be a beggar
whose golden dreams will not come true?
Or will I go from rags to riches? My fate is up to you.
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found that somebody who could make me be true. Yes, could make me be blue. Even be so glad just to be sad thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be mean, might never be so cross or try to be the boss, but they wouldn't do. Nobody else gave me a thrill with your false I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you, for nobody else gave me a thrill with your false I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. wigs me over his shoulder. I know he digs me. Out cattin' that satin down. Baby, shall we go out skipping? Careful on me go. You're flippin', speaks Latin, that's satin down. He's nobody's fool, so I'm playing it cool as can be. I'll give it a try, but I ain't for no guy catching me. Switcheroonie, telephone number. Well, you know I'm doing my rumba with you know, and that my satin down. He's nobody's fool, so I'm playing it cool as can be. I'll give it a try, but I ain't for no guy catching me. Switcheroonie, telephone number. Well, you know I'm doing my rumba with you know, and that my satin down. And that my satin
Shall we dance on a bright cloud of music? Shall we fly? Shall we dance? Shall we then say goodnight and mean goodbye? Or perchance when the last little star has left the sky, shall we still be together with our arms around each other? And shall you be my new romance? On the clear understanding that this kind of thing can happen, shall we dance? Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Shall we dance on a bright cloud of music? Shall we fly? Shall we dance? Shall we then say goodnight and mean goodbye? Or perchance when the last little star has left the sky, shall we still be together with our arms around each other? And shall you be my new romance? On the clear understanding that this kind of thing can happen, shall we dance? Shall we dance? Come on, let's dance.
Take Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten Island too. It's lovely going through the zoo. The subway charms us so. When balmy breezes blow to and fro, and tell me what street compares with Mott Street in July. Sweet push carts gently glide by. The great big cities, a wondrous toy, just made for a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an isle of joy. We'll turn Manhattan into an isle of joy.
Once I had a secret love that lived within the heart of me. All too soon my secret love became impatient to be free. So I told a friendly star, the way that dreamers often do, just how wonderful you are, and why I'm so in love with you. Now I shout it from the highest hills, even though the golden daffodils. At last my heart's an open door, and my secret love's no secret anymore. Well, now I shout it from the highest hill, even though the swinging little daffodils. At last my heart's an open door, and my secret love ain't no secret anymore.
I'm confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you, honest I do. Need you every moment. In your eyes I read such strange things, but your lips deny they're true. Will your answer really change things, making me blue? I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying can't we still be friends? If you go, you know that you'll grieve me. All in life on you depends. Am I guessing that you love me? Dreaming dreams of you in vain. I'm confessing that I love you over again. I'm afraid someday you're gonna leave me, saying can't we still be friends? If you go, you know you'll grieve me. All in life on you depends. Am I guessing that you love me? Dreaming dreams of you in vain. I'm confessing that I love you over again.
Took a monkey for a ride in the air. The monkey thought that everything was on the square. The buzzer tried to throw the monkey off his back. The monkey grabbed his neck and said, now listen, Jack. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Ain't no use in diving. What's the use of jiving? Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. The buzzer told the monkey, you are choking me. Release your hold and I will set you free. The monkey looked the buzzer right dead in the eye and said, your story's so touching, but it sounds just like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Fly right.
If it's true that love affairs are all arranged in heaven, my guardian angels holding out on me. So I'm looking for a boy about 5'6" or 7, and won't be happy till I'm on his knee. I'll be blue until he comes my way. Hope he takes the cue when I am saying I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love. Tell me please, where can he be, the loving he who'll bring to me the harmony I'm dreaming of. It'll be goodbye, I know, to my tale of woe when he says hello. So I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love. It'll be goodbye, I know, to my tale of woe when he says hello. So I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me, so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I tried so not to give in. I said to myself, this affair never will go so well. But why should I try to resist when, baby, I know so well that I got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what may, for the sake of having you near, in spite of the warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality, wake up to reality. But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. I begin, 'cause I got you under my skin. Yeah, I got you, pretty baby, under my skin. Yes, I got you under my skin. Oh, I got you under Maybe I'm right and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm weak and maybe I'm strong, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. Maybe I'll win and maybe I'll lose, and maybe I'm in for crying the blues, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Fine at the start, then left with a heart that is breaking. Ooh, maybe I'll live a life of regret, and maybe I'll give much more than I'll get, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Fine at the start, then left with a heart that is breaking. Ooh, maybe I'll live a life of regret, and maybe I'll give much more than I'll get, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. But nevertheless I'm in love with you.
Don't want my mammy, I don't need a friend. My heart is broken, it won't ever mend. I ain't much caring just where I will end. I must have that man. I'm like an oven that's crying for heat. He treats me awful each time that we meet. It's just unlawful how that boy can cheat. But I must have that man. He's hot as Hades. A lady's not safe in his arms when she's kissed. But I'm afraid that he's cooled off, and maybe I'm ruled off his lips. I'll never be missed. I need that person much worse than just spent. I'm half alive, and he's driving me mad. He's only human if he's to be had. I must have that man. not safe in his arms when she's kissed. But I'm afraid that he's cooled off, and maybe I'm ruled off his list. I'll never be missed. I need that person much worse than just bad. I'm half alive and he's driving me mad. He's only human if he's to be had, but I must have that man.
The night is like a lovely tune. Beware my foolish heart, how white the ever constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart. There's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this, for they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. His lips are much too close to mine. Beware my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish heart. His lips are much too close to mine. Beware my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish
days of